Hello and welcome to my course. Now, the first video will be just a general introduction to Unity, and I will talk about few things. So first of all, when we open 2D objects in 2D scene in Unity, 2D project in Unity, this is how it will look like. It's just very basic standard looking 2D space, 2D project, and we don't have much right now, but I will just talk about a few details that you should know, because maybe you are completely new to Unity. It's very important. So on the left side, we have this hierarchy panel. And in this hierarchy panel, we will have everything that we have in the scene. Right now, we don't have much. We only have this main camera, which is just a default. But also, we can create some details and assets in this hierarchy panel. In the empty space, let's right-click. And this window will pop up, and we can choose a lot of things here. So for example, let's choose 2D objects since we are in 2D space. And let's go in sprites, and we can create square, circle, capsule, as you see. So let's choose the square. And right now, as you see, we have the square added into our game, and also we have the square in the hierarchy panel. Now, if we select this square, and if we have a look on the right side, we have this inspector view. Now, this inspector view gives us information about some specific assets, specific game object. In this case, it gives us information about the square that we have. Now, what we have in the inspector, we have this transform component. Now, every game object in Unity will have this transform component. It just means that this game object exists in the scene. And this transform component has different elements. As you see, it has position, rotation, and scale. Now, position is just the position of the game objects in the scene. So, for example, if we move this game object somewhere, the position is changing as well. And we can basically move the game objects with these positions. If we change this position, our game object will move. Also, we can rotate our game objects on the X and on the Y. And well, on the Z, we don't care right now about Z because we are in the 2D space. So let's concentrate on the X and Y. And also we have this scale. Well, scale is just size of the game object. So we can control how big or small our game objects are with the size. So for example, right now, everything is set to 1. It's just the default unit of the game objects in Unity. But let's make it on 5. As you see, our game object gets bigger. We can make this 3 on the Y, and about Z, as I said, we don't care. So you can change size from here, from the scaling, and also you can change size from the toolbox. So this is toolbox. We have different tools here. Right now, mine is set to move, and you see these arrows. When you see these arrows, it means that it's set to move, so we can basically move. But also, we can make it on the rotation, rotate this way, as you see. Also, we can select this rect tool right here, and we can resize our game object how we like. So like this. Make it bigger or smaller or anything that we like. So I will make it on the move tool again. And what I will do, I want to reset everything. And well, we go in the transform component, and you see this 3 dot on the right side. Let's click on it and let's click reset. And our game object has successfully reset everything, and it has the default sizes right now. Also, we have the sprite renderer, and we will talk about sprite renderer in the next videos, but it's just the information about the sprite. And in 2D space, we have sprites. Basically, we don't have actual models, and everything will be sprites as well. All right. Also, we have this asset view, asset panel, and in the assets panel, we will store everything, all the assets that we will need in our game. For example, we will have here our scripts, different folders, textures, our player model, and so on and so on. What else we have? We have the scene view. Right now we are in the scene view, but also we have this game view. So if we go in the game view, this is how our game will look like. So if we hit play right now, well, obviously nothing will really happen, but when our game opens, this is the look that we will see. Just the blue screen with a square. And obviously we can change the background, and we will talk about backgrounds later. But for now, we have the scene view and game view. Also, we have this resolution right here, which is set to 3 aspect right now. But we can change resolutions, and we will change this resolution a little bit later. But in general, most of the games for the PC or laptop, for example, are set to full HD. And if you are making games for the mobile, we will select other resolution. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Now, if we go in the scene view, we can move the window right like this. If we hold Alt, and then with the mouse, we can basically move or rotate however we like. Also, with the mouse scroll, we can zoom in and we can zoom out. Yeah, that's it for the first video. We will start working on the player from the next video, so see you there. Alright, this section will be all about our player. We will add our player and do some basic mechanics such as movement, jumping, animation, and so on. But first of all, we will need to have some actual player. And for that, I prepared the asset. It will be attached on this video, and all the assets that I will use will be attached to the specific videos. So there is the resources folder, little folder, and the next of this video. You just need to click on it and download the file. It will be zipped file, so you just need to download it, unzip, and then just take the folder and simply drag and drop in the assets somewhere in the assets. And you will see this blue wizard folder in the assets window. And well, let's delete this square. We don't need this square, so let's select square. Let's delete. And let's open this blue wizard folder instead. And it has these 3 folders because it contains animations. For example, this one is idle, second one is jump, and the next one is walk. Well, basically, in general, we would start working with the idle in most of the cases, but since it's the runner game, we don't need these idle animations at all, and instead we're gonna use this walk. So let's open this walk, and it has different assets, as you see, and when we mix the different assets, we will make one animation. But we will talk about animations in the next videos. For now, let's simply add our player. So let's select first one and simply drag and drop it into the scene like this. And if you are in game view, just make sure that you are in the scene view. So change the view and then drag and drop, because if we are in the game view, we are not able to drag the assets in the game. As you see, we should be in the scene view. Anyway, now we have the player, but this player I think is quite large. Well, of course it's up to you and your taste, but I will make this player smaller. Now, how to do it? Well, in the first video I already showed you how to change the sizes with the scale. So basically it means that we can take this and make 0.5 and 0.5, for example. But it's not really the best way how we can do it, because when we do animations, yeah, we change size on this specific asset, but all of the other assets will have the same sizes, so animations might look very weird. So instead, what we will do, let's select this player and let's make scale to be back to 1 and 1, and instead let's select this first asset, and in the inspector we see this view. It has all the different information about the asset itself, but most importantly it has this element of pixels per unit, which is set to 100. It's also default value. In most of the cases, you will see this 100. And if we change this 100 to be, for example, 180, and if we scroll down and hit apply, you will see that our player gets smaller. So bigger we make this number, smaller our player will get. And opposite way, it works as well. If we make this some smaller number, for example 48, and hit apply, our player will get bigger. So I think 180 will look fine, at least for me, I think. Yeah, I think we will leave it as 180. But what else we should do? We should change the size for all of the assets, all of the other assets. So what we will do, we will select first one, hold the shift and select last one, and all the assets will be selected. And now let's change this pixels per unit to be 180. Let's scroll down and hit apply. And it will take few seconds, and that's pretty much it. Now every one of them, every sprite has pixels per unit of 180, so they are same size. Okay, next thing that we can do, we can basically rename these assets to be player. So let's rename it to be player right here in the inspector, and now we have the player. But if we hit play right now, nothing will really happen. And that's quite boring. Our player will be freezed in the air. And well, in real life, game objects or anything really can't be freezed in the air like this, because we have the gravity which will pull us down, right? So in Unity we can also have gravity to make our games more realistic and more fun. First of all, let's create ground for our player to land on, and to do that we can use for now as a placeholder simple square. So let's go in the hierarchy, let's right click, let's find 2D objects, sprites and square, and for now let's rename it to be ground. Well, let's take this ground on the downside. I will select the rect tool to resize my ground just like this. Let's make it smaller. And let's go in game view, and this is how it will look like. We can select ground, and we can go in the inspector where we have the sprite renderer, which has the element of color, and we can change color from here as well. So let's make it, I don't know, some green color. Okay, well, if we hit play, as I said, nothing really happened because we don't have any kind of physics or gravity. And to do that, to add that to our player, let's select player. And we see this button of add component. We can click on this button. And from here, we can add lots of different things. But most importantly, we have this physics 2D. We don't need physics because this physics is for the 3D games. And we are in 2D games, so we will select physics 2D. Let's click on it, and when we go here we have lots of different elements. Now mainly they are colliders, and we will talk about colliders in a moment, but for now let's find the rigid body 2D here. So where is it? Here it is, rigid body 2D. So let's add rigid body 2D, and basically this rigid body adds some physical sense to our game objects, in this case to our player. Also it has the gravitation, air resistance and mass, and so on and so on. So basically if we hit play right now, our player will fall down. Let's see. Indeed, it falls down, but it's good, but we want our player to land on the ground. That's why we have the ground, right? Well, right now, our player and ground are just ignoring each other. They don't know that they can interact. And in order to make game objects interact with each other, we have colliders. And, well, both of the game objects should have colliders in order to interact with each other. So let's start with the player. Let's select player, scroll down, and let's click on this add component again. And here we can go in physics 2D. once again, and we have different colliders. So let's use box collider 2D. Let's add. So we have this box collider. Let's go in the scene view, and this green line, green box, is collider. Well, right now our collider is quite large, so I want to resize it a little bit. So what I will do, in the box collider you see this edit collider. Let's click on it. We just need to basically simply resize the collider to be better fit for our player, just like this. Okay, our player is ready, and next thing that we will do, we will add collider to our ground. So let's select ground, let's click add component, and for the ground we will use box collider as well. And not to go all the time in physics, we have the search box. We can type here box, and you see we have box collider and box collider 2D. Well, obviously we should use box collider 2D. So let's add box collider 2D, and well, it's hard to see the box collider because colliders are green and our ground is green as well, but it's there. So if we hit play right now, you will see that our player will successfully land on the ground. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So after you make some changes, don't forget to save your scene. So we go in this three dots right here in the hierarchy, and let's save the scene. And I recommend you to do that quite often, every time you do some changes, because I don't know, Unity might be crazy sometimes. It might crash or something might happen. So not to lose any progress, just make sure to do it quite often. Alright, let's continue working on our game, and this video will be for just basic programming. I want to explain you a few things because you might be completely new to Unity and C#. So it's just a few fundamentals that you should know. And well, of course, you can also go in the Google and type C# basics and just have a look. At least to know what are classes, variables, other details I will explain also, obviously. So yeah, to create and to start working on our programming, we need to create C# script into our game. And for that, and for the better organization, what I like to do, I like to first of all create folder for the scripts, and the scripts folder will contain all the scripts that we will need into our project. And to create folder, we just need to right click on the empty space, create folder, and name it anything that you like. In this case, we will name it scripts. So let's open the scripts folder, and as you see, I already created a script for us to use. I named it player, but in order to create script, we just need to right click on the empty space, create C# script, and name it player. Just make sure to start with a capital letter name of your script. And also, if you will name, for example, if we name our script player movement, we just need to say everything without any kind of space. So player movement, we will say like this, player movement, without any space. Otherwise, you will have some problems. So just remember, capital first letter and no space in the name. So anyway, I will delete these player movements and I will use this player script instead. Now, next step will be to attach this script into some game objects into our scene. Since it's the player script, it will be logical to attach this script into our player itself. And to do that, well, I think I already have it, so I will just remove it. It's very simple. We just need to drag this player script and drop it into the player. And now if we select player in the inspector, if we scroll down, we should see this player script here. And there is also second alternative way, so let me remove this. We can select player, we can click add component right here, and we can type in the search box name of the script. In this case, it's player. So let's select player, and yeah, as you see, we added this player script. Now let's double click to open in Visual Studio. Alright, now what we have here, now we have Visual Studio. with very default standard look. So we have the two functions, void start and void update. So everything that we will place in the void start will run when we start our game. So when we click the start button in the Unity editor, and well, everything that we place here in the update will run every single frame. Also, we can create our own functions. So we can say here void and any name that we like. I don't know, doesn't really matter. And also we have the little bit of space here. Usually we create some variables into this space. So what are variables? Well, variables are just like containers, and we can store different kind of data and information in these containers, and we can then use them into our actual code. They are different kind of variables. So we have integers and floats. They are used with the numbers. So for example, ints are used with the whole numbers only, and floats can be used for both, for the whole numbers and for the decimal numbers as well. We also have strings that we can use with the text elements, and so on and so on. So in order to create a variable, we just need to decide, first of all, we want our variable to be public or private, and I will show you difference. After that, we should say what type of variable we are creating, and after that we can name our variable anything that we like. So let's create our first variable, and I will make it public. Public type will be well, let's make integer, and let's name it A. So we have container with a name of A, and let's make A to be 5, for example, by default. Also, let's create public int B, and it will be equal 3, for example. So I will delete the first line because we don't need this. So we have two variables, two integer variables, A and B. And let's create one more public int. Let's call this one C. And I will just say C and semicolon. And as you see, I'm using semicolons at the end of the lines. It's just how C# works. So what I want to do, I want to basically calculate the C. And the C will be sum of A and B. So in the start, when we start our game, we just need to say C equals A plus B, right? And semicolon. Now, we will not have any kind of visual representation in Unity editor to know and to check if everything is correct. And for that, we can use debug menus. Now, debug, if we say debug.log, we will see some messages in this console view that we have here. You see we have project view and also console view. And we can get different kind of informations, also messages, error messages here in the console view. And well, to represent our C in the debug, we just need to say here C. And that's pretty much it. Also, we can represent some text elements as well. So in the quotation marks, we can say result is, and let's click plus C. And like this, we will get message, and it will say result is, and the number that is the C. So let's save the script. And first of all, I will show you difference between public and private. So right now we have everything public, all the variables. It means that if we go in the in our game, and if we select player, and if we scroll down where we have the script, we will see this A, B, and C in the Unity editor right here. If they were private, we would be seeing these numbers. We won't be seeing this A, B, and C. And well, in this case, I wanted to change this A and B very simply from the Unity editor, from here itself. So that's why I made them public. Now, Well, right now we have A that is 5, B that is 3. So let's hit play and let's see what will happen in the console view. We should get message. So yeah, indeed we have message. Result is 8. Let's stop playing, and basically we can also change these numbers to be 2 and I don't know, 9, for example. We can hit play, and now we will get another message that result is 11. As you see, we have message result is 11. So it means that everything is working, and that's pretty much it. Very simple code. It might be your first code, so congratulations. If it's not, well, no worries. We will continue working on the player itself on the next video, but I wanted to show you at least some basics, some variables and functions. And also we have this class. As you see, class is the class name is player because our script name is player. So let's delete everything because we don't need this anymore, because we're gonna work on the player movement from the next video. Okay, now let's continue working on the player, and today we will do some player movement. And for that we will use this player script that we have from the previous video, which is attached on the player game object right here, as you know. And this other script we don't need, I will delete it. It was just an example how you can create the script. But anyway, before we begin to actually code our mechanic, I want to explain you how you can manage game objects movement in Unity. And there is really few ways how we are able to move our game objects in the scene, in the game. And well, one of the ways is with the help of rigid body. And since we already have these rigid body components added to our player, we're gonna use this one, because rigid body allows us to apply some physical forces to our player in this case. And well, that's the one point, so we're gonna use this rigid body. And this next point is that we want to move horizontally, right? Just like this. And when we move horizontally, look at what happens on the X position. So X is changing. So it means that in order to move the player, we need to use rigid bodies method. And also we need to change position on the X, leaving Y position unchanged, because Y is for jumping, for the vertical movement. And we will talk about jumping in the next video. But for now, let's concentrate on the horizontal movement. Now, let's go in the scripts. And let's open our player script, and we will need to have some variables. First variable will be public float, and let's call this one move speed. It will be for some amount to control some speed, and we will assign some number to our move speed from the Unity editor. Also, since we're gonna use our rigid body, as I said, we want to reference this rigid body in Visual Studio, because Visual Studio doesn't know what is rigid body just yet, and we should tell that we are referring to exactly player's rigid body. And to do that, there is two ways. We can make this public, so we can say public rigid body 2D, and we can call this one anything that you like. I will call it RB because I'm used to it. So first of all, let's save this script. So Control and S or Command and S if you are on Mac to save your script. And let's go back. Now, if we scroll down, we have this move speed. So for example, let's make move speed to be 3. And also we have this empty field for the rigid body. And we can simply drag this rigid body and drop it here in this field. And now when we will use this RB, Unity will know that we are referring to player's rigid body. But making rigid body variable public is not the best practice. So instead, we're gonna use private. But there is problem with using private, right? Because we won't be able to see rigid body in the Unity editor. So we won't be able to drag and drop rigid body there. So now if we go here, there is no rigid body field. So instead, we're gonna use Unity's method, which is getComponent method. And basically what this method does, it checks players' components, and it will find the rigid body, and it will assign this rigid body automatically to our RB. And to do that, in the void start, we can say RB equals getComponent, and here in the middle we will type rigid body 2D, because we want to find the rigid body 2D, brackets and semicolon. And that's pretty much it. We can save this script, and now when we use RB, Unity will, as I said, will automatically know that we are referring to our player's rigid body. Anyway, since it's the runner game, what we want to do, when our game starts, we want our player to start running, start moving automatically. For that, we're gonna use this void start, and well, as I said, we're gonna use a rigid body to move our player. And well, rigid body has different methods, and one of them is rigid body.velocity. So we can say rb.velocity equals new vector 2. So now we are creating new vector 2, and this vector 2 is just a point in the space which has x and y parameter, and this is how easily you can move your game object. So as I said, this new vector 2 needs two parameters, x and y. Also, as I said, in order to move horizontally, we should change x position of the player, leaving y unchanged. To change x, instead of x, we will say here our move speed, very simply, comma, and for the y, well, we want y to be unchanged, so for that we can say rb.velocity.y and semicolon. Basically, we can save the script, and let's see what will happen when we go back. So just remember, we are using this velocity method, rigid body velocity method, and we are just creating new direction, new point in order to move our player. So let's go back, and well, we have speed of 3. Now let's hit play and let's check what will happen. And well, our player moved a little bit and has stopped. This happens because we are using void start to tell Unity that we want to move, and this method runs only once since we are doing it in the start. So what we will do, we will copy this line very simply and paste it in the update as well. So update will run every single frame. So when our game starts, we will have some initial run, and then our player will just keep going, running, and keep going, moving. Okay, let's save this script, and that's pretty much it. How we should we can move our player in the scene. So let it compile, and now let's hit play and let's see if our player is really moving. And yeah, indeed our player is moving. Of course, it doesn't have any kind of animation just yet, but we will work on the animations later. So let's save this scene. Okay, now it's time to work on our jumping. And in order to jump, well, we already know that we want to make this kind of movement, so vertical movement. And when we do vertical movement, position on the y is changing. So it means that right now, in order to jump, we should change position on the y while leaving x unchanged. So it's quite opposite that what we did before with the player movement. Now also, there is one more extra detail that you should know. In order to jump, well, we should touch some specific key on the keyboard, or maybe you want to have it on the mouse click, I don't know. And for that, we should get some information about input from the player. And well, Unity has input manager. So if we go in edit, project settings, you will find here input manager. And let's have a look on this axis. And well, basically it has all these different inputs and informations about inputs. But most importantly, it also has this jump button. So we can access this jump button from the script, and well, this jump button is set to the space bar, and every time we touch space bar, Unity will automatically connect this jump button and information about this input, and well, we will do something. And well, obviously we can change the space to any key that you like if you want, but I will leave it on the space where it default way, standard way. So let's go back and let's start working. Well, we will need to have one more variable for the jump. So let's say public float, let's call this one jump force, just like this. And in the update after this, what we're gonna do? Well, as I said, we should get some input information about our input. So we can say if input dot get button down, and in brackets and quotation marks, we can say jump, so name of the button, jump. But make sure to type it correctly, just like we have here in the input manager. This jump, as you see, it's the name. So we should type this one in the quotation marks correctly, otherwise it will not work. So we are just saying that every time we touch this jump button, which is set to space, well, what should happen? Let's use this rigidBody.velocity method again, but this time, let's create new vector 2, but this time we will leave x unchanged, so we will say rb.velocity.x, and we should change y, and instead of y, we will use our jump force, very simple way. So we can say jump force. That's pretty much it. We can save the script. Very simple script. Let's go back and let it compile, and then let's test. So let's hit play. Well, actually we should assign some number to the jump force, so I'll stop playing. Let's scroll down and let's make jump force to be 5. I don't know. We can always change those numbers. It's not a problem. So now when we touch the spacebar, as you see, our player is indeed jumping. Very nice. Let's save the scene. Alright, now we should fix our jumping and do better mechanics for it. So we should add some extra details to it. Right now, problem is that if we hit play, I can basically spam my spacebar and we can jump forever. And well, that doesn't make any sense, because we will have some obstacles to avoid, and if we will be able to jump forever, yeah, it will be pretty tragic. So in this case, I want my player to jump only once, and that's it, pretty much it. So how to do it? Let's think how to do it. Well, we can have some sensors and some indicators which will tell our player when he is able to jump. And well, in order to do that, we will use a few things. First of all, we will create indicator at the feet of our player, and it will tell Unity that our player can jump or cannot jump. And for that, let's right click to the player, on the player, and let's hit create empty. And this will create just empty game object which only exists in the world. It doesn't have any kind of visual representation, but it's perfect for this in this case. And well, let's rename it, and let's name it, I don't know, ground check or something, ground check. And let's place this ground check, as I said, at the feet of our player, just like here in the middle. Okay. Well, basically, that's the first point. We already have this ground check. Now, next step will be to use this ground and use this layer system. And well, if we select ground, for example, we have this tag and layer system. And those ones are just like categories, and we can create our own tags and own layers, and we can assign different layers and different tags to our game objects. In this case, we're gonna need layers because our script will require it. So let's open this layer. It has few different layers, but we don't need any of them. So instead, we're gonna click on Add Layer. And here in the empty field, let's type ground. Now let's select ground once again, and let's assign our ground layer to the ground. Now, with this step, basically, we're gonna use this ground check, and this ground check will check for the collision with the ground layer, which is on the ground, on this game object. And well, when our player will be on this layer on the ground, so when we successfully land on the ground, basically, so when we will be here, for example, our ground check, since it's at the feet of our player, will collide with this ground layer, and then we can tell our player that he is able to jump. But when we will be in the air, so let's drag it up, our ground check will be in the air too, so it will not touch at this moment our ground layer. So we can tell Unity that in this case our player can't jump. Doesn't matter how much we spam our spacebar, we won't be able to jump at all. So let's go in the script now and let's start working on it. We will need few variables. So first variable will be for the reference to our ground check, so public. This time we're gonna use transform component, since our ground check only has the transform component. So public transform, and let's call this one ground check simply. Also, we will need a little bit of layer, and layer will be just like circle, which will come from this ground check, and we'll see if we are touching our ground layer or not. And for that, we're gonna create public. Well, actually, let's create public, I think, public float, and let's call this one ground check radius. Also, we will need reference for our layers, so we will say public layer mask, and let's call this one ground layers. And also we will need one boolean, so private bool, and let's call this one is grounded. Now, what is this boolean? Boolean is just returning true or false, and they are very good to check those kind of mechanics, and they are good indicators. So basically, when this boolean of is grounded will be true, our player will be able to jump, and when this boolean will be false, our player won't be able to jump at all. And well, in order everything to work, we're gonna use special methods. So we can say in the update, first thing that we will do, we can say is grounded equals, and we can use physics 2D dot overlap circle. And overlap circle allows us to basically check if we are touching to some specific layer or not. In order everything to work, this overlap circle method needs few variables, a few parameters. First of all, it needs to know what is our ground check, so what is our position. So we can use ground check dot position for that, comma. After that, it needs to know radius, so we will use ground check radius that we have created, and also it needs to know some layers, what layers to check. So in this case, we're gonna check our ground layers. That's why we created everything here. Okay, now we have method, now we have indicator with the name of is grounded. And as I said, when this is grounded will be true, our player will be able to jump. And in order everything to work, we will add one condition here in this input get button down jump. After our first closing bracket, we can add end sign. By the way, this is end sign, those two signs. And here we can basically simply say is grounded. Now, what we did, we have added second condition to our code. So in order this code to be successfully compiled, so in order our player to jump, both of these conditions should be true. So it means that we should be on the ground, and also we should click on the space bar, on the jump key. Well, when we will be on the ground, so when our player will be on the ground, so like this, we can basically click on our space bar, and this condition will be true, and also is grounded will be true, because we will be indeed on the ground. But when we will be in the air, yes, we can still click on the space bar, obviously, but this is grounded will be false, because we will be in the air. So we won't be able to jump. And as I said, in order to jump like this, both of these conditions should be true. I hope it makes sense. If it's your first time doing those kind of mechanics, it might be a little bit complicated, but don't worry, trust me, it's not. You can check this video one more time and you will understand everything better. And well, let's go back and let's scroll down. We should add few things here. We should add ground check, so let's drag ground check right here. For the ground radius, I don't know, let's make it something small, like 0.3 will be enough. And ground layers, let's change this from nothing to ground. It's also very important, otherwise this mechanic will simply not work. Now if we hit play, everything will work fine, and doesn't matter how much we spam our jump, we are only able to jump once when we are in the air, and that's exactly what we want. So we can save this scene. Alright, now it's time to start working on the animations. And first thing that we will do, we will create animations, we will add them, we will set animator, and then we will apply our animation with our code. And if it's your first time working with the animations, don't worry about it, I will explain you everything. First of all, let's open our player pack, so our Blue Wizard folder, where we have 3 folders, as you know. Well, as I already told you, we don't need idle animation for this project, so we will work on the jump and we will work on the walk. Now for the walking, if we open walking, and if you remember, we changed pixels per unit to be 180, which is fine, but we should also do same for the jumping. So let's open our jump folder and we will select all of the sprites, all of those ones, and we will change pixels per unit to be 180. And let's scroll down and hit apply. Okay, jumping is ready as well. Well, first of all, let's add our walking animation. It will be very simple. We just need to select all of them, all of these sprites. So to select all of them, I will remind you, you just need to select first one, hold the shift and select last one. And then we will take all of these and drag it into the player. So let's take them and drag them into the player. And this window will pop up to ask where to save animations. So let's go in the assets folder and let's create new folder here with the name of animations, and we will save our animations right here. And let's call this one walk anim, because it will be for the walking, or it will be for the running. So I will say walk anim and save. Okay, now our player will have walk animation, and for example, if we select player and if we scroll down, now we have this animator component, which is added automatically when we created our animation, and it has this controller element, as you see, with the name of player. So if we hit once to the player, it will take us where we have this player controller, and basically this is main component which controls our animation clips, and this is our animation clip of walking. So if we hit twice on this player, so let's hit twice, this window will pop up. If for some reason in your case this window is not showing up, what you can do, you can go in the window animation and select animator, and this window will pop up. If it pop up somewhere like this, you just need to drag it right here. So we have scene, game, and animator window. And we will talk about animator window very shortly. But as you see, now we have this walk animation edit. Okay, next thing will be to add our second animation, which is jump. And we will do this a little bit different way. So we will go in window, animation, and let's select animation. And this is animation recorder. So let's drag this animation window here besides our console. And next thing that we will do, we will need to see this project view, project panel, and this animation panel together. So for that, I will take this project panel and I will drop it here. And let's resize this project panel just like this. Let's see our player as well. And here we have these jumping sprites. And to add these jumping sprites into our player, what we need to do is to select player first of all. And you see it already has this walk animation. And by the way, we can click on this play to see how our walk animation looks like. If you think that our animation is slow, what we can do, we can increase the sample rate. For example, let's make it on the 25. Let's hit enter. And now our walking will be much faster. Let's make it, I don't know, let's try 40. Since I want it to be running, yeah, I think I will leave it as a 40 for now. We can always change this speed, by the way, of the animation later as well. But anyway, now let's add our jumping. So we will select this drop down. We will select create new clip, and this window will pop up. We will save it in the animations folder that we created, but this time let's call this one jump anim, and let's save. And now we will select all of these sprites that we have in jump, and we will simply drag and drop it in this window, in this timeline window. And now if we hit play, this is how it will look like. I think it's a little bit too fast, so what I will do, I will make it on 30, hit enter, and I think on 30 it will look fine. If not, well, as I said, we will change it later. But anyway, let's now drop this project view back to where it was, right here. Okay, I will just layer it how I like. Let's resize it better, just like we had before. But anyway, if we select player and if we go in animator, as you see, now we have two animation clips, because for now we only need two animations. Next we will add this dash, but it will be in the next stages. But for now, let's concentrate on those two animations. Alright, now that we have our animations added to our player, it's time to work and set our animator controller correctly. Because right now, yes, we have two animations, and if we, for example, hit play right now, let's see what will happen. First of all, and as you see, we already have this walking animation, which is fine, and we have this walking animation by default because we added it first time. It was first animation clip that we added, and also as you see, it has this line. This is transitioning line, and also it has different color. It's orange. As you see, when the animation clip is orange, it means that that animation clip is default state of the game object. We can change default state of the game object, and we can make our jumping animation to be default by right-clicking on the animation and selecting set as layer default state. And right now, as you see, this jump animation becomes orange, and if we hit play right now, our player will play jump animation, which is weird, of course. So for that reason, we will take everything back, and we will right click on walk, and we will select set as layer default state. But anyway, now that we have two animations, Next step will be to teach Unity how to transition between animations. And for that, to transition from the walking to jumping, we need to connect those two animations. But how to do it? Well, we will right click on this walk animation. We will select make transition and we will select this jump. And as you see, we have one line, and we will do same from the jumping to walking. So let's right click, make transition, and we will select this walking. Very nice. We have the way how we can transition, but Unity still doesn't know when to do this transitioning. For that, we will need help of the parameters that Unity's animator controller has. And as you see right here, we have these parameters. So let's select these parameters. We can click plus and we can add few things, so few types. We can add floats, integers, booleans, and triggers. And all of those will help us to transition between animations with the help of our script, of course. But for now, we will need to have only boolean. So let's select bool and let's call it on ground, just like this. Now, let's use this on ground. So let's select transition from walk to jump. You see it has arrows to know which one is which one. So we will select transition from walk to jump. So this one. And this inspector view will pop up. So it has few different things. We don't need to have exit time because we don't want to have any kind of delay. We want our animations to play instantly. And also for that reason, we will make transition duration to be 0. And well, if we scroll down, we have these conditions. Right now it says list is empty. So we will add condition right here by clicking this plus sign. And well, when we want to transition from walk to jump, well, obviously when we will be jumping, so when we will be in the air. So when we will be in the air, on ground should be false, right? And we will do exactly same for the second transition, this time from jump to walk. Again, we don't need exit time. We will make transition duration to be 0. And this time on ground should be true because we want to continue running when we will be successfully landed on the ground. So that's pretty much it, how you can easily set up these kind of easy transitions between animations. And next step will be to control this animation by our script, because yeah, we added this on ground condition, but it will not do anything unless we work on our script, and it's very simple to do that. So let's go in the scripts folder. Let's open our player script. And first of all, we need to have a reference for the animator component, this one. Just like we did with the rigid body, if you remember, we will do exactly same. So let's create private animator, and let's call this one anim. And in the void start, we will use getComponent method again. So anim equals getComponent. And this time component name is animator. Don't forget brackets and semicolon. Okay, now we have reference and all the things that we need to do in the update. So after our jump, but in the update loop. So this is closing bracket of the update, by the way. So before that, we will say anim.setBool, because our parameter of the on ground was boolean. That's why we are saying setBool. And in the brackets and quotation marks, we should say name of the parameter, but we should spell it correctly. Otherwise, it will not work because it's case sensitive. So let's have a look. In this case, mine is named on ground with a capital O and G. So I will just say on ground. After that, we will say comma, and we will need one boolean, as you see here, as a parameter. And we can use this isGrounded boolean that controls wherever we are in the ground layer or not. So we will say here isGrounded. And that's pretty much it. Very, very simple. So let's save the script. let's go back and let's see if everything is good. So let's go back, and well, I think we should not assign anything. Yeah, we have everything. So let's hit play and let's see. Okay, we have running animation and also we have jumping animation. Very nice. It means that everything is indeed working. Alright, now it's time to work on our player's camera, because right now, yeah, our player can indeed walk and jump, but the camera is not following our player because camera is staying still. Well, and we have this kind of problem. Let's see what is happening. Oh, I accidentally unchecked my player script. So if we play right now, everything should be fine. Let's see. Yeah, indeed, we are able to have some basic mechanics. But as you see, our player can go outside of the camera, and that's not really what we want. We want our camera to follow our player. And Unity has very useful packages, and one of them is Cinemachine. And basically, Cinemachine is the package of the virtual cameras, which allows us to prototype our player camera and other cameras as well quite fast. So to get that package, we just need to go in Window, Package Manager. We just need to select here Unity Registry, and well, after it loads its packages, we just need to type in the search box Cinemachine, and this package will pop up. You just need to click install. Mine is saying remove right now because I already have Cinemachine into my project, but you will see install button. Just click on it and it will take few seconds or minute or something like that, and then we can close this window. And now if we go in the hierarchies empty space and right click with our mouse, we can see Cinemachine right here, and as you see, it has all these different cameras. Well, since we are in 2D space, we will use 2D camera. All right. Now, next step will be to basically select the Cinemachine, and it has this follow field, as you see. And in this follow field, we just need to drag our player because we want our camera to follow our player. And if we go in game view, this is how it looks like right now. And basically, if we hit play, at this moment, you will see that camera is following our player. Of course, we need to adjust few settings on our camera, but that's the first point. Now, we can go in the body. Well, first of all, we have this lens ortho size. It's just zoom in and zoom out, as you see, but I will make it on 5. It's just default value of the camera. So let's go in body, and in this body, main things happening. So what I will do, I want to show you everything while we are in the play mode because it will be a bit easier. And for that, you don't need to do what I'm doing right now because I'm just doing it to show you what our Cinemachine can do. So for that, I want my player to stay still because if it will move, it will be hard to explain you a few things. So for that, I will just go in the rigid body and I will freeze position on the X for a moment. So right now, if we hit play, you will see that our player won't be able to move forward because we freeze rotation, and it still plays running animation, but yeah. Okay, let's select Cinemachine. Let's go in the body, and as you see, we have the screen. And this is screen of our Cinemachine, and it has all these different settings to play around with it. So let's start, well, first with the screen X and screen Y. It's just how our player and how our game will be framed, so we can play around with these numbers. So for example, like this, and a little bit more. Yeah, okay. Let's say we want our player to be framed just like this on the screen X and screen Y. After that, we also had the dead zones, which is on 0 right now, and dead zones basically for example, well, for a moment I will take my X and I will make player to stay here. Okay, dead zones are just like, for example, if we increase dead zone width and height, you see that now we have this little bit of screen inside of this big screen. And this is the zone which our player can freely move without camera following our player. So, for example, oh, yeah, we can jump. And if we jump outside of the screen, only then our camera will follow our player. So let's jump. It's a little bit of movement because our jumping is not too much right now. So I will go in the player for a moment and I will increase jumping for a moment. So where is our player script? And let's increase jump force to be 7, for example, or 8. Let's go in the Cine machine. And now, for example, if we jump, as you see, our camera follows us on the Y. So if you want more snappier movements, you can have little bit of dead zone. But for me, what I like to do, at least, I like to have width zone width, little bit of numbers. So for example, 0.2 for now will work fine. But for the height, I don't want my camera to follow my player while we are jumping. So what I will do, I will just increase my dead zone height. And right now, our camera is not following our player on the Y, so vertically, unless we jump too much, so unless we go outside of this border right here. And we can play around with these numbers later when we add some platforms and when we can jump from them and so on and so on. But for now, let's leave it as it is. After that, we also have dumping, so X and Y dumping. Well, it's just how smooth our camera will be, how smooth our camera will follow our player. So we can either increase it if we really want some slower movements, slower following movements, or decrease it. But for now, I will leave them as a 1 and 1. After that, we have look ahead time and look ahead smoothness. Look ahead time is basically how far our player can see. And it's very hard to see right now because our player is not moving. But if we increase this value, player will see in front what is in front of him a little bit better. So what I like to do with a look ahead time, I like to make it something small like 0.3. And I will make look ahead smoothness. Well, it's just how smooth our camera will be. So I will increase my smoothness, let's say on 10. And yeah, we can also ignore our look ahead Y, but I don't see a reason why to do that. We also have soft zones, but I doubt that you will need it. As you see, it increase our screen size and framing, but yeah, I will leave it as it is right now on 0.8. And that's pretty much it, how easily you can create the camera which can follow our player. And by the way, we are doing everything right now in the play mode, and after we stop playing, if you are doing exactly same as me, after you stop playing, every setting will be resetted. So what you can do, you can either screenshot your values or just write down somewhere before you stop playing. Otherwise, they will be lost. And of course, we will work a little bit more on our camera because screen doesn't look any good. Where is our screen X and screen Y? So I will make screen to be right here. Right here will be fine, I think. Let's jump. I will go in the player. I will change jump force to be 5 back again. So that we have jumping. And yeah, that's pretty much it. You can play around with these numbers, with these values of Cine Machine, and you will get to nice points. I also will now stop playing, and as you see, everything is lost, and we are back to the same spot that we were before. So I will also play around with my values, and in the next video I will show you how my values look like. And also through this course, I might change few things on this CineMachine settings. And well, don't worry, I will show you at the end of the course how my settings look like on this camera. Next thing that we will work on is our environment, because right now we don't have any kind of environment. We only have this ground. And by the way, I will select my ground and I will uncheck this box to hide my ground for a moment. Also, I will select player. In the last video, I freezed position on the X, so I don't need this option anymore. And well, let's start working on the environment. And first of all, we need to have some kind of models, 2D models, 2D sprites. And I prepared this jungle asset. It will be attached on this video, so just download and get it in the assets window. And if we open this folder, we have different folders inside. We have background, we have tile set, we have character, but character we don't need because we already have our own character. All right, main point is that we have this jungle tile set, and this word tile set you will see a lot of times when you download some maps and 2D sprites for your projects. And basically, if we open this tile set, we will see this kind of sprite. This is one big sprite, so if we open this drop down, as you see, it doesn't have any different pieces. It's just one big sprite, and inside one big sprite there is different pieces, as you see, and we can use these different pieces to basically draw our tile map and draw our map in general. And to do that, there is few ways, but one of the easiest ways and one of the crucial things to do, first of all, is to basically slice those pieces from this sprite so that we have different pieces for all of these instead of one big sprite. And to do that, first of all, we will select this tile set. We will go in the inspector, and here you will see the sprite mode, which is set to single because it's single file right now, but we will change this to be multiple. Now we can hit sprite editor, and this window will pop up. We will hit apply to save changes. And now we are in the basically slicer tool, sprite editor tool, and you will see here this little bit of drop down. We can select this drop down, and now we are in the slice menu. And here we have few different things, but main point and most important thing is this type, which is set to automatic. Now we can change this to be grid by cell size or grid by cell count and something like that. And in general, if you work in a team or in a company and you work with a 2D artists, they will give you instructions what sizes to use. And in that case, you can choose grid by cell size and, for example, type here sizes that they will tell you, pixels per pixel sizes, for example, I don't know, 32 by 32 or something like that. But since this is a just file from the internet and maybe you are working alone and you don't know what size to use, in that case we can use automatic, and this automatic works just fine in most of the cases, but not in all the cases. So in this case I think it will work fine, so we will select automatic and we will hit slice. And now our sprites has these gray boxes around them. It means that they are sliced right now. So we can hit apply and it will apply, and changes will be applied basically. Now if we open this drop down, you will see that now we have all these different sprites. And well, we have this main platform that we can use for our ground and to work on our map. And you might think that, yeah, great, now we have these different pieces, so we can simply take this piece, drop it here, take this, drop it here, and build our project like this. But it will be just simple madness. It will be hard, it will be time wasting to do it, and also it will be very hard to be super precise. You see, they are not in the same height right now, so we should make this super precise, and we might have a lot of problems with this way. So luckily for us, Unity has tile map system, which we can use. And in order to use that, first of all, let's go in the assets folder. Let's prepare everything for the better organization. We'll create one folder here. So let's create folder. And well, let's call this folder, where is my folder? Create folder. And let's call this one tile set. We will open this tile set folder and we will create another folder for the ground. Just like this. All right, everything is ready. Next step will be to, well, first of all, I will delete those ones because I don't need them. In the hierarchies empty space, we will right click. We will find here 2D object. We will find here tile map and we will hit rectangular. And now we have all these different boxes as you see. And also we have this grid with the name of tile map. We can change the name of the tile map. So for example, we can call this one main tile map or something like that, anything that you like. That's the one point. The second point will be to go in the window, go in the 2D and find here tile palette. And well, let's open this tile palette and I will drop this tile palette near my inspector view. So I will take this tile palette and drop it right here. All right, now we have this empty tile palette and it says create a new tile palette in drop down above. Well, let's do that. Let's hit create new palette. Let's call this palette ground. Let's hit create. And it will ask where to save our information about our tile set. So we will select this tile set. We will hit select folder. And that's it. Now we have this tile palette. And I will, of course, explain you what it does. But first of all, it says drag tile sprite or sprite texture assets here, as you see. Well, we will go in the jungle assets, in the jungle tile set, and we will drag this full sprite right here. So let's drag and drop. And it will ask where to save. So this time we will save it in the ground folder that we created inside tile set folder. So select folder. It will take few seconds to import all of our tile sets, all of our sprites here. And here we go. Now we have these tiles inside our tile palette. Basically, this tile palette is the main tool to draw some tiles into our scene. So you can look at this like drawing your project, drawing your 2D project. And well, it has different tools, but main tools are this brush tool, which allows us to draw our tiles, and this erase tool, which will erase anything that we have. So let's select this brush tool, for example. Let's select this one because we will draw our ground with this tile, with this sprite, and let's just drop these tiles here. Well, as you see, if we go in the game view, this tile is pretty small, and well, I don't like it. Well, this happens because right now our tile wall sprite is set to standard 100 pixels per unit. And well, as I said, if you work on the team, they will give you right sizes, what size to use. And I think for this tile, we will use 30 and it might work fine. And well, let's say here 30. Let's drop down and let's hit apply. And now we have much bigger tile. So now let's go in the game view and it looks all right. I will go in the tile palette back again and I will just erase this one. Just like this, I will select brush tool, and well, from the next video, we will start drawing our tile set into our game. All right, now that we have everything prepared, now it's time to start working on the environment and draw some environment into our game. So we will go in the tile palette, we will select brush tool, and we will, as I said in the previous video, we will use this sprite in order to draw some ground. And well, what I like to do, first of all, when I prototyping my maps, I like to draw grounds first of all, and then other details. So let's start with drawing some grounds, just like this. Very simple, as you see. They are all same. They all have same height and everything. And well, we can make this process faster, just like this. And let's draw some big tiles, because as I said, we can always erase something if we don't like. If we go in the game view right now, as you see, yeah, we have tiles, but this line is still seen, and it's quite not the prettiest thing right now. So what I will do, I will select this dark one. I think it will work fine. And above our main tiles, I will just draw like this. And if we go in game view, now it looks much better, and now it looks like real project. So let's draw those ones right here. You don't need to be super precise, by the way. If you, for example, draw something like this, don't worry about it. First of all, you can leave it because players won't be able to see it, but well, you can always delete those ones if you want to be a little bit more precise. But when you're prototyping, just make sure to do some basic work and don't worry much about making everything pretty. Well, let's see what else we have here and what else we can use. What is this one? Let's see. Oh, we have a little bit of platforms that we can use. Yeah, I like those ones. I think I will make this bigger. Let's see. Yeah, we can make those tiles. We can place some obstacles between those platforms, just like this. You can use other ones as well, so you can use those ones, but those ones are not the good size. Those ones I think will look fine as well. Yeah, I think those ones look better a little bit, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. Just play around with it, and don't forget to have fun with it, because that's the main point. And just explore different kind of methods. If you don't like anything, you can always delete what you don't like. And obviously you can use any other tile as well. You can even mix 2 tile sets or 3 tile sets. Just do exactly same steps as we did with this tile. And you can even draw other tile map here near our first one, and you can use elements from there here as well. And well, as a little bit of challenge, you can try yourself and draw a little bit of map. Just feel free, and from the next video we will continue working on our tile map. All right, now that we have our ground all drawn, next step will be to draw some walls and also our top, our roof or something like that. And for that we can use those ones, I think. Well, I will use these ones for the walls. So I will place those walls just like this and this. And well, for the top, I will use those ones, I think. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, I think it looks all right. I like that. So I will just draw those walls, those roofs. Well, as you see, I'm not really super precise. So we can delete those ones. Just like this. And well, sometimes it's a little bit of buggy. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Where is our brush tool? And just like this. All right. I know it looks weird now, but in game it doesn't look weird because players won't be able to see whole sprites. They only will be able to see this top, this ground, these walls and stuff like that. Well, next step will be to, first of all, if we, for example, hit play right now, what you think what will happen? Well, our player just falls down. Well, that happens because right now our tile map doesn't have any kind of collider. And well, let's add collider. And for the tiles, we will add tile map collider 2D. Let's go in the scene view. And well, as you see now, it has colliders. And if we, for example, hit play, now we should be able to land on this ground. Well, the problem is that our player can't jump right now because if you remember, in order to jump, we need to have layer of the ground. So if we select this ground file, ground game object that we had before, it has layer of ground, and we will do same for the main tile map. We will change layer to be ground. Now if we hit play, our player will be able to jump. So let's see. Yeah, now we are able to jump. And also we are able to rotate, which is not nice, but we will fix that. But the problem right now is that we have a lot of colliders right now, and it's not really great, and it's not really best practice to have such an amount of colliders. So what we will do to make our performance better, we'll select our tile map, so main tile map. We will add one more component here, and the component is composite collider 2D. So we can type in the search box composite collider 2D. Let's hit enter, and this composite collider adds also rigid body automatically, as you see. And in the tile map collider, there is option of used by composite. We will check this option, and yeah, here we go. Now we don't have lots of colliders, and now our colliders look much better. But the problem right now is that if we hit play, look what will happen with our map. It will just fall down, and it happens because, and it's weird, it happens because right now our collider also has rigid body because it needs to have rigid body for this composite collider. But what we can do, we can change body type of this rigid body from the dynamic to be kinematic. And basically what it does, it ignores gravity. It will still have some physical sense and other physical forces inside, but it will not be affected by gravity. So if we hit play right now, everything should be fine. So yeah, why it stopped? Let's see. Let's hit play. Yeah, here we go. Everything is looking good, and our player is still rotating, which is funny. But to fix that, let's fix it. Let's select player. Let's go in the rigid body 2D, and we will just select freeze rotation on the Z. Let's check this freeze rotation on the Z, sorry. And now we should not have any kind of problems. Let's see. Yeah, now we don't have problems. Well, at least we are not rotating. We are just stuck, and we will also fix that. It's not a problem. And yeah, we can save the scene, and here we go. Now we have fully working very simple tile map, very simple map. Obviously it also needs to have background because right now we just have blue background, which is not nice, but we will work on the background as well. Now it's time to add our background, and we will work on background in the later stages as well. But for now, let's add just some basic background because I don't like the standard blue screen that we have right now. So let's change that. Also, by the way, I increased my jumping on the player to be 7. Also, we will play around with these numbers later, but I had difficulties to jumping over these platforms, so I just increased it. Anyway, for the background, well, we obviously need to have some background model. And well, if we go in the jungle assets that we have this background folder, parallax background folder, and here we have different backgrounds, and there is few ways how we can add background. If you have one background image, for example, let's say that the background that we want to use is this one. Well, it doesn't look any good right now, but let's imagine that it's nice looking background for now, and we can basically just drag and drop it into our scene. We can scale it up. So for example, we can make it 7 by 7. And also, as you see right now, if we go in the game view, we only see our background right now. It's because our background is rendered in front of everything. And to change that, we have this ordering layer system, which is set to 0 right now, but we can change that. As for example, let's say ordering layer to be -6. And as you see now, our background is rendered behind of our other game object, so we are able to see our game. Also, if we want to, for example, stretch this background to be same width, to have same width as our map right now, yeah, indeed, we can select the rect tool and we can make our background bigger like this. You won't spot any difference right now, but when you have some detailed background, this method will not be a good idea because it will stretch details as well. So instead, what you can do, you can change draw mode from the simple to be tiled, and then you can select rect tool and basically make it bigger, and it will allow our details to stay how they were originally, and it also will allow us to stretch our background all the way however we like. And if we, for example, start playing, we will see that now we have some kind of background, and well, we will change this, but I wanted to show you how you can easily add background because we have the 3 pieces of the background, and we can use all of the pieces to create nice looking background. And for example, we have different kind of trees here. It's hard to see right now, but when we add, you will see them better. But basically, when you see that you have different pieces of the background, it means that you should mix them and you will have nice looking background. And I will teach you how. First of all, I will delete this background from my scene and I will add it again. Okay, let's go in the scene view and let's see where it is. Okay, again, let's stretch this background to be 7 by 7 and we will leave it as it is. We can basically select move tool and move it a little bit on the left side like this. Let's change ordering layer to be -6. And that's basically our first background. So let's take it up. And I think it has good size. Next step, what I like to do, I like to create empty game object, which will handle all of our pieces of the background. So let's click plus, create empty, and let's call this one background. And I will just drag this first piece of background into this background game object. So it's now child of this empty game object with the name of background, as you see. Now let's add second one. So this one, pix2. So let's drop it in the scene. Again, let's scale it up to be 7 by 7. Let's move it on the right side so that it will be approximately at the same position as our first background. So just like this. And this time we will change ordering layer to be -5. You remember we changed ordering layer for the first background to be -6, and now we are changing it to be -5 so that they will be rendered in the different order and they will look better. So let's drag this background 2 into this background game object as well. Okay, and if we go in the game view, now you see that we have different piece. So if we, for example, hide this one, we had the first piece and then we added second piece, and we should do exactly same for other pieces as well. So let's drag the third one, let's resize, so 7 by 7. Let's position it a little bit better, and this time ordering layer will be -4, and we will drag this background there. And now if we go in the game view, you see if I hide now my part 3 background, so we added these different kind of trees, and since they are ordered in different layers, they look fine. And we will do same for the fourth one. So let's add, scale it up, 7 by 7. Let's move it and position it better, just like this. And this time order layer will be -3. Again, let's drag it into the background. And now final one, let's scale it up, 7 by 7. Let's position it better, just like this. And this time will be order layer will be -2. And let's add into the background. And here we go. Now we have one piece of background from the different pieces, but we only have it right here. And well, what we can do, we can basically select this background. We can click on the Ctrl and D to duplicate this background, and let's simply drag it here, drop it here, and we will do same. Now we can select both of our backgrounds, Ctrl and D to duplicate. We can take those ones here, and we need one more, so I will just duplicate this background 3 and drop it right here. And here we go. We now have some very simple basic background with a different layers. So we can press play, and yeah, obviously you can use any other background that you like and that you will find in the internet. There are a lot of them, and you can use basically any of them because process and method will be completely same. And here we go. Now we have nice looking background, and we will continue working on our project in the next video. All right, next thing that we will do, we will start working on the player health system, and we will make fully working health mechanics. For that, obviously, we will need to have some kind of obstacles. And well, for that, I prepared these animated spikes pack. It will be attached on this video, so you can just download it, or you can use any other obstacle that you like. Basically, if we open the spikes folder, it has let's see what it has. Okay, it has some spike which is animated, but for now let's simply use a non-animated one. So I will just zoom in and I will place one of those. For example, let's use this one here. Okay, it's quite large, so we will select this one and we will change pixels per unit to be some bigger numbers. So for example, let's try 200, hit apply. I think it'll still looks quite large. Obviously we should also rotate this one, but let's select once again, let's make it to be 300 maybe. Okay, I think we need 400. Let's see, hit apply. Yeah, let's leave it as a 400 for now. Where is our spike? We should also rotate the spike to be on the -90 on the Z. Okay, let's drop it down. So yeah, now if we go in the game view, we have our first spike. I will just move it forward, just like this. We can also change name to be spike1. And by the way, if you want to have this animated spike added, don't forget to change the pixels per unit for other spikes as well, so that they all have the same pixels per unit. But for now, let's just simply use the spike 1. Let's duplicate the spike 1. Let's go in the scene view, and I will place my spike 2 right here, for example. Yeah, okay, let's place it right here. All right, next step will be to obviously create some C# script, and it will be a very simple script. So let's go in the scripts folder. Let's create C# script, and I will call it player health. And just remember, first capital letter and also without any kind of space in the name of your script. Let our script compile, and we will attach the script into the player game object. Since it's player help script, it will be logical to do so. So let's simply drag and drop it into the player, and let's make sure that our player has the player help script. Okay, it's here, and let's double click to open in Visual Studio. Now what we will need here, we will need few variables, and well, they will be public, and let's use integers. First variable that we will need is current health, to control what is our health at the current time. After that, we also need max health, again integer, public integer, for the maximum amount of health, and also we will need one integer for the damage amount. So we will say public int damage amount. So when our game starts, what we want to do? Well, we want our current health to be always on the maximum. So we want our game to start with a full health. So we will simply say in the void start that we want current health to be equal to max health. Very simple. After that, after our update, we will create a function, public function, and it should be public because it's very important. Public void, and let's call this one deal damage. Brackets and curly brackets. Now, this function will be called and should be called when our player basically collides with these obstacles. And well, what should this function do? Well, this function should decrease our health, decrease our current health by damage amount, right? So we can say current health equals current health minus damage amount, right? But to say it little bit of more professional way, what we can say current health minus equals damage amount. So those two lines are exactly same, but this is shorter way, minus equals damage amount. So we will leave this shorter way here. And well, yeah, our health will be decreased, but we should also say what should happen when our health gets to 0. So we can say if our current health is less or equal to 0, and let's open and close curly brackets. Well, what should happen? Basically, we should restart our level or something like that. But for now, what we can do, we can simply hide our player just to know that everything is working. And basically, if we select player, you know, we have this inspector which has this check box here. And if we uncheck this player, our player won't be seen into our scene. Yeah, it will still exist in the world, but we won't be able to see. So it's just deactivated for now. Let's activate by default. But when the health gets to 0, for now we will deactivate our player. And to deactivate your game object, you just need to say game object dot set active, and in brackets we can say false. Very, very simple. And that's pretty much it for now. For the player help script, obviously we are not calling this deal damage function just yet, but we will work on it in the next video. Now that we have our basic player help script already done. Our next step will be to work with our spikes. In order these spikes to work, well, obviously they need to have some kind of collider. Other way, our player won't be able to collide with them. And for that, we will select spike 1, and let's add component, and let's add box collider 2D. So we will click on this edit collider, and we will make this collider to be a little bit smaller. Oh, where is my edit collider? Little bit smaller, just like this, to be kind with our players, because if we make this collider bigger, our player will get damaged more easily. But if we make this collider a little bit smaller, it will be good for them. Just like this, I think it will work fine. And well, we already also have the spike 2. Okay, let's now concentrate on the spike 1. Now that we have collider, if we hit play, what will happen? Well, our player will be able to collide with it, but our player will crash on them, and that's not exactly what we want. We don't want any kind of actual physical interaction. We want our player to still be able to detect collision without any kind of physical interaction. And for that, what we can do, we can select the spike 1, and in the box collider we can select is trigger. And basically what this is trigger does, it ignores actual physical interactions. So if we hit play, we won't be interacting physically with the spike, but we will be still able to detect collision. So it's very nice. Also, what we can do, we should do exactly same with the spike 2. So I will just delete the spike 2 for a moment, and I will duplicate this one again, spike 1, since the spike 1 already has the collider, which is triggered. So Control and D to duplicate. Let's place it here, second spike. Our next step will be to select player, and we already worked with the layer system when we have worked with the ground and jumping. And right now we should work with a tag. And for the player, well, Unity already has the player tag by default. So let's use this player tag. So we are assigning player tag into the player because we're gonna need this tag into our script. Now, next step will be to create another script, but this time we will attach the script into the spikes. So let's go in the scripts folder, right click, create C# script, and let's call this one damage player. Very simple. And well, this damage player script will be very simple as well. But first, let it compile, and let's assign this damage player to spike 1 and spike 2. So yeah, both of them have this damage player. Let's open it in the Visual Studio. And here we're gonna use special method, which is onTriggerEnter2D. You can type onTrig, and it should automatically find onTriggerEnter2D. And when I hit enter right now, it should automatically be compiled. But if for some reason in your Visual Studio it's not happening, don't worry, you just need to type it by hand. So type it just like you see here, everything correctly in the brackets as well. And basically this function will happen when the game objects interact with each other. And to be specific, we can say simple logic that if collision dot game object dot tag double equals, and we can say here player with a capital P, because that's the tag name for the player. That's exactly why we assigned this tag into the player. So we are just saying Unity that when something with the tag of player will trigger this spike, because it has this trigger option on right now. So when our player will trigger our collider of the spike, something should happen, right? And what should happen? Well, basically we should call this deal damage to deal damage to our player. But the problem is that deal damage function is in other scripts, right? It's in the player help script, and we are working in the damage player script, and so we are not able to simply say here deal damage. We are not able to call that function because it's another class. So what we can do, and it's very useful method, we should create singleton. So we should create instance which allows us basically to use any kind of public functions of this player help script in other scripts as well. So to create an instance, it's very simple. We're gonna need to go in the player help script, and right here we can say public static, then name of the current script, which is player health, and instance. And then we will create awake function, so private void awake, which will be called even before this void start, and we will say instance equals this. So right now we have access of these scripts elements from other scripts as well. Let's save this script, and now in the damage player script, and by the way, this instance is very useful, and we're gonna use this few or a lot of times in the later stages. So let's go in the damage player, and here now we can say player health dot instance dot, and now we are able to call our deal damage, as you see. And that's pretty much it. So what we are doing, we are just calling this onTriggerEnter function, and we are checking for the collision with the game object with the tag of player, which in this case is our player. And when the player will touch our spike, basically our deal damage function should be called. And in the deal damage function, we are just decreasing our current health by damage amount. So let's save everything. Let's go back in Unity and let's see. Well, let's scroll down. Let's select player. Let's scroll down, and here we have these variables. We don't care about current health because it should be automatically assigned. So we're gonna tell our Unity max health to be 5, for example, and damage amount to be 1. So let's see. When our game starts, we will have 5 health, but when we touch the spike, our health gets to 4. And now we are stuck, but just look at those numbers. We start with 5. Now we have 4. And now we should have 3. Oh, we should also create another spikes just to check if our player will be deactivated when the health gets to 0. So I will do just like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, and one more, 5. Okay, and let's test. When our health gets to 0, we should be deactivated. So let's do 1, that's 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, indeed, our player is deactivated. It means that everything is working with the player health. Now that we have our health all working, it's time to make some visuals, because right now, yeah, everything is working, but we are not able to see when our health basically decreases or what health we have at that moment and stuff like that. And for that, we will need to have some kind of health visuals. Well, generally, there is few ways how we can handle creating health for our players. We can make hearts, we can make sliders, but I think sliders will work better. And for that, I prepared this health bar pack. It will be attached on this video, so you can get it. You can obviously use any other slider assets if you want. And if we open, it contains just the empty health bar and the little bit of bars to fill our health. We have red and blue one. So let's start working. Well, in order to create visual, we will need help of Unity's UI system. And this is first time when we are doing health UI in this project. So, but don't worry, I will explain you everything. First step will be to go in the empty space of the hierarchy panel, right click, and here we can find UI. And let's, for example, select image. Let's call this image to be, I don't know, border. Yeah. You see, we have this white image, but we also have canvas, which is automatically created, and we have event system. It's also automatically created. Well, if we click canvas and if we go in the scene view, and let's select canvas and hit F, and this is the screen of canvas. And basically, this canvas will contain every UI element that we will have in the project. Now, there is few ways how we can work correctly with the canvas. Right now, if we select canvas, you see we have this canvas scaler, which is set to constant pixel size, but it's not the best way how we should handle our UI elements. Instead, we will go in the game view, and here we have free aspect. It's basically resolution of our game. Well, it depends if we are doing game for the PC, laptop, or maybe phone and stuff like that. But for now, let's select this free aspect and let's make resolution to be full HD. Well, full HD resolution, so 1920 by 1080, is very standard resolution for most of the games that are made for PC basically or laptops. For now, we will do it like this. By the way, if you don't have this full HD resolution in your Unity project, you can click on this plus sign, just type any name that you want here, and here you can type 1920 by 1080, click save, and you can save that one. Okay, after we select this our resolution, we will go in the canvas, and instead of constant pixel size right here, we will change it to be scale with screen size, and we will type our resolution here, which in this case right now it's 1920 by 1080. And yeah, right now everything is set up correctly. Next step will be to work on this border, which is white image right now. So let's go in the scene view, let's find our image, and well, I will take this image, and basically it should be our border, our health bar border. So I will place it on the top left. You can obviously place it somewhere else. I will also select this rect tool and make this border a little bit bigger. And if we go in the game view, we now have this white box, white image, which doesn't look any good, but that's exactly why we have those sprites. So basically what we can do, if we select border, you see it has the source image, which is none right now, but we can, for example, drag this, any of those ones, any of those borders. So let's drag, drop here, and now we have this border. And this is not set correctly right now, so we will scroll down and hit set native size. Yeah, right now our border is a little bit small, so we will scroll up a little bit, and here we have the scale, and we will scale it up to be, I don't know, 1.5 by 1.5. Yeah, I think it looks all right. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now we have our first UI element, which is border. Next step will be, we will click on the canvas with our right mouse, and we will create empty game object. Let's call this one health bar, and this health bar will handle all of our UI elements. First thing that we should do, we will select health bar, we will select the move tool and we will move this empty box here. Let's zoom in with our mouse scroll. And next thing that we should do is to make this health bar box to be exactly same size as our border is right now. For that, we will select rect tool and we will just resize this box and try to be as precise as you can. Just like this and just like this. Very, very simple. Now we have this health bar, and what we can do, we can basically drag this border inside this health bar. So health bar will handle all of our health bar elements. So let's drag this border inside this health bar. And now as you see, our health bar is parent, our border is child. Okay, that's great. I will select health bar, I will move it a little bit on the left and a little bit on the upside, just like this. And next step will be to select the health bar, and here we have these anchor points, these blocks. If we click on it, these anchor presets opens, and basically we can select this top left, this one, and it will anchor, it will attach our health bar on the top left corner. Now, why we are doing that? We are doing that because if we, for example, play this game in the different resolution, our health bar might appear somewhere else, for example, at the bottom or in the center or something like that. And in order to avoid all of this madness, we are just attaching our health bar in the top left. So no matter on what resolution we will play, it will always stay on the top left corner. Okay, that's great. For the border, we don't need anything. And well, let's hit health bar with our right mouse. Let's go in the UI and let's create another image. This time, let's call this fill. And this will be our second UI element. And easy trick will be to select this fill, select these anchor points, hold Alt and hold stretch, just like this. And by the way, for the border, let's open these anchor points and let's select the stretch so everything will work correctly. So again, let's select this fill, and this fill is right now just blank white image. And well, we will change the source image just like we did with our border, but this time we should either drag this red fill or this blue one. So I will drag this red one here inside my source image. And here we go. Now we have the health bar, which looks all right, I think. One more step will be to select this image type, and let's select field. Field method, we will select horizontal. We are doing that because we want to have some slider effect going on. And now if we, for example, drop it here, down or up, you see we have the slider effect going on. It means that everything is correct. And now let's select health bar, and we should add one component, its main component, in order to work with the sliders. So select health bar, click on this add component, and in the search box we can type slider. And let's select slider. We don't want these to be interactable, so we will uncheck this. Also, we will scroll down, and in the navigation we will set it to be none. And you see it has this fill rect field. We will drag our field right here. And now we can basically make max value to be 5, for example. Let's select whole numbers, and now we have the slider component. And that's pretty much it, how you can easily create some health visuals for your game. Obviously, this health is not yet connected to our actual health and actual script, but we will do it in the next video. For now, let's save our scene. Alright, now it's time to connect our health bar with our actual script. Because if you remember, we have this player health script, which is dealing damage, and it has this current health. and this current health we should basically connect with these health bar elements. If we open this health bar, it has these values, maximum value and value component, and in order everything to work, we should connect this max value and value with our current health. But in order to do that, we will need to have another C# script. So let's go in the scripts folder and let's create another C# script. I already created one empty script for us. I called it health bar, and I will attach this health bar script into this health bar game object. So I will just drag and drop it here. And let's see. Yeah, indeed it's here. Let's double click to open in Visual Studio. Now, first component that we will need as a variable is to have reference for our slider, this component. But the problem is that if we, for example, say public slider, you see we are not able to see our slider component yet, and we have this red underline. That happens because in order to work with the UI elements, we should go in up top and we should add here using Unity Engine .ui and semicolon. Now we can say public slider. You see now we have slider, and let's call this one slider with a lowercase first letter. And we don't need to have start and update, so I will just delete both of them. Instead, we're gonna create two public functions. So let's create public void, and let's call this one set max health. And as an integer, as a placeholder, we will pass here health, and I will explain you why we need this one, because we are using parameter for the functions first time, I think, in this course. And second function will be public void set health, and again we will pass int of health as a parameter. Now here we can say basically that we want to take sliders component, so slider max value, and to make it to be equal to our placeholder of health. And to update everything correctly, we will do exactly same for the value too. It will be equal to health, and in this set health we will do slider dot value equals health. Now, as I said, in order everything to work, we should take this max value and value and connect both of them into our current health. But since it's we are doing this slider max value and value in another script, so we are doing in the health bar script, and we should connect everything in the player health script. That's exactly why we need this integer as a placeholder. And you see we are doing this and we are making it equal to our max value and value. But now if we save this script and if we go in the player health, we can easily connect everything all together. Well, in the previous videos, we already talked about singletons, so we created this instance in order to have access of the script element from other classes. But this time I will teach you another method. So we go in the player health script and we will simply reference our health bar script right here. So we can say public name of the script that we want to reference, which is health bar, and let's name it health bar with a lowercase h. And now we can simply basically go in the start where we have this current health equals max health, and we can add health bar dot set max health, and in the brackets we can say current health, and we are able to say this in the brackets, say pass this current health in the brackets, because we created this placeholder parameter. That's the only point why we needed this placeholder of the health. And since it's the we are saying that our placeholder of health equals to max value and value, we are now easily able to connect this current health to our maximum health. value. Very nice, and we should do exactly same for the current health as well. So we will go down, and here after we decrease our health, we can say health bar dot, this time we will use set health, and in the brackets, well, we can pass health, current health. And this way we can save this script, and this way we can easily connect this current health with our value and maximum value. So let's save everything. Let's go back. And now let's select this health bar. Let's scroll down. It needs to have slider component. So we will take this slider. Let's drop it here. And now let's select the player. Let's scroll down. We have this player health. It needs to have this health bar. So we will drag this health bar right here. Let's save our scene. And what is our health? Let's check. Well, it's 5. So let's start playing, and let's have a look on the health bar. So yeah, as you see, it decreases indeed. Yeah, and it should go to 0. Very, very nice. It means that everything is indeed working. Right, now let's work a little bit on the visuals, and let's add some effects, because, well, yeah, everything is working, but I want to have some effects so that players will tell that our player is basically damaged. And there's few ways how we can handle that. And one of the most used way, and one of the very standard way, is to make our player half transparent when it gets to damage, and after some point, for example after 1 second, make it back to have normal color. And those kind of mechanics are pretty often used, and they are not really hard to implement, so I will teach you. So if we select player, and if we have a look in the sprite renderer, it obviously has this color element. If we open this color, you see it has RGB, which are colors, and A, which is alpha, and this alpha controls how transparent is our player. Obviously, it's set to 1 because our player is not transparent at all right now, but if we decrease this number, our player slowly goes transparent, as you see. So for example, we can, when we damage our player, we can make the alpha value to be 0.6, and it will make our player to be half transparent. And after 1 second, we can increase our alpha value back to 1. And this will look, I think, fine. By the way, one more detail. RGB, in my case, is set to from 0 to 1. So if in your case it's set from the 0 to 255, just make sure to select it and set it to be from 0 to 1. Okay, and we have 1 1 1 1 by default. As you see, we will not change anything here. And well, now that we know what to do, let's open our player help script and let's start working on it. Well, we will need to have reference for the sprite renderer in order to use color elements. And just like we did with the rigid body in the player script and with the animator, we will do exactly same with the sprite renderer. So we can say private sprite renderer, and let's call this one SR. And in the start, we can say SR equals get component, and the component name is sprite renderer, and brackets and semicolon. All right, now we are able to use this SR. In order to access color elements, what we can do in the deal damage when our player gets damaged, so here we can say SR.color equals, and we should create new color just like we did with the movement when we created new vectors. It's just how Unity works, so and C# works. So we will say SR.color equals new color, and in the brackets Well, we are not able to only say that we want to change alpha, because that's not how it works. In order to change color, we should consider all of those RGB elements as well. So we will say sr.color.r, because R is the first element, right here, R. And we are just leaving our RGB at the original values. We are not changing anything there, comma, then sr.color.rg, comma, sr.color.b, comma, and now we are able to say what alpha we want. Let's say 0.6f, and that's pretty much it. Now if we save the script, and by the way, just type everything correctly, because we have a lot of dots and commas. So sr.color and r, so we are just referring R, G, B first, and then only then we are able to see what alpha value we want. So let's save the script first of all. Let's go back and yeah, let's start playing and let's see what will happen when we get damaged. And yeah, we get to half transparent point. The problem is that we are not going back right now. We are half transparent, and that's not exactly what we want. That's only one point. The second part will be to make our player to go back to normal state. And yeah, that's also not hard, but it will be a little bit trickier since we're gonna use new method, which we have not seen in this project just yet, but which is very handy method. And it's basically coroutines, and coroutines are often used in the Unity and in the C#, and they are very good when we want to have some kind of delay time or wait times and stuff like that. And during this course we will use coroutines more in the later stages, but for now let me quickly show you how they work. In order to use coroutines, we need to create first of all special method, which is iNumerator, special function, which is iNumerator. So outside of this deal damage, after our deal damage, just make sure not to create it inside this deal damage. So this is closing brackets of the deal damage. So here we will say iNumerator, and let's call this function anything that we like. So for example, reset after delay, brackets, and open and close curly brackets. And now first thing that we will need here to have some kind of delay time, some kind of wait time. So after we go half transparent, we will wait for, I don't know, for 1 second, 2 seconds, it's up to you. That's why we need to have delay time. So we can say yield return new wait 4 seconds, and in the brackets we can pass any number that we want. For example, we can pass 1, and it means that we will have delay time of 1. And after 1 second, what we want to do? Well, we want our color to go back to normal state. So we can simply copy this line, paste it here, and instead of saying 0.6, in order to make it back to original color, we will make it 1F. And that's pretty much it. We have this iNumerator, but in order to it to work, we need to call this iNumerator function from somewhere. And we will do it from here. After we change color, we will say start coroutine, and in the brackets we should say name of our iNumerator, which is reset after delay. So let's say reset after delay. We will need one more brackets, open and close brackets, and semicolon. And that's pretty much it. Very simple and basic way how coroutines can work. And we will deal with the much heavier and little bit more complicated coroutines in the later stages, but for now this coroutine will work just fine. And let's save the script. I hope you understand everything here. We are just When we are dealing damage, we are changing our player's color to be half transparent. And after we are saying that we want this reset after delay. And in the reset after delay, what we have? We have wait time, so it means that we will wait for 1 second, and after 1 second, our player's color will get back to original color. So let's save the script, let's go back, and let's test if everything is working. So we get damaged, and after 1 second, we are back to original color. We are damaged, and we are back. And that's how easily you can handle those kind of effects and those kind of mechanics. So we can save this scene. Alright, now it's time to work on our respawning mechanics, because right now when our player dies, basically it just disappears and game is freezed and nothing is really happening. That's not should happen. Basically, when we die, our level should restart. And there's few ways how we can manage that. You might want to just respawn at the starting point and that's all. Or you might want to have some kind of checkpoints in the game. So during the map, to save the position of your player and just continue playing your game from that position. So we will handle both of those mechanics and I will teach you both ways how you can, and then you will decide which method you like more for your project. Now, first of all, we will open our player help script and well, we know that, where is it? Okay. When our health gets to below 0, our player is just deactivated. So instead of deactivating our player, let's delete this line. We will create another function with the name of respawn and brackets. Yeah, right now we don't have this function, so it has red underline, so don't worry about it. So let's scroll down, and after our enumerator, we will create public void respawn. And you see red underline goes away when we created this function. And what should happen in this function basically? Well, we should have some kind of checkpoints in order to respawn our player. And for that, let's scroll all the way up and let's create private vector2. Vector2, we are just meaning that we are creating some point which has x and y value, and since it's 2D game, it will work fine. And let's call this one a checkpoint. Very simply. Let's scroll. Well, in the start, in the void start, we will say that checkpoint equals transform.position. Now, this transform.position means our player's position. So we are making checkpoint to be equal our player's position, which means that our first checkpoint, or in your case it might be only one checkpoint, but anyway, it will be our starting point. So this position will be our checkpoint. So every time we die, we will respawn in this position. And to do that, when we die, so when we should respawn, we will simply say transform.position equals checkpoint. And we can save this script and let's see what will happen. Let's go back. Let it compile. And well, we will have one problem and I will show you what problem we'll have. I think obstacles are enough to kill us, but just in case, I will select my player and I will just make my health to be free, our max health to be free, in order to test everything faster. So let's start playing. 1, 2, and 3. And yeah, here we go. We respawned in the first point. The problem is that, look at my health bar. It's empty. So we don't have any kind of health right now. And that should not happen at all. And to do that and to update our health, We will also say before this transform dot position that our current health it equals max health. So when we respawn, we want to have full health, and also we should update our visual, our health bar. So for that, we will say health bar dot set health, and in brackets we will say current health. And that's pretty much it. How you can have respawning mechanic, and we will have. If you leave it as it is right now, you will only have one respawn. So every time you die, you will be respawned in the starting point of your game. And if it's really something that you want to add, feel free to do it. But yeah, when we respawn, we have full health. But if you want to have multiple checkpoints, we'll work on the adding multiple checkpoints in the next video. So for now, let's save this scene. Alright, now it's time to add our actual checkpoints in the game. And for that, we will need to have some kind of visuals for the checkpoints. And I prepared this pack of flag. It will be, as usual, attached on this video. So just get it. And when we open this folder, we only have this sprite, one sprite, which contains 4 different elements. It means that it has a little bit of animation, and we will work on the animation. And well, we have this animation folder already. So in the animation folder, I will create another folder, and let's call this one flag or checkpoint or something like that. Now let's go in the flag. First of all, a little bit of trick how to manage everything correctly. If we go in scene view, well, we are still in the canvas menu, and well, I will select player. I will hit F to zoom in, and here we go. We are back to our actual scene. And well, what I like to do when I have these kind of sprites, and when I don't know what size it should have or what size it has, I just drag and drop it, all 4 of them, into my game. And let's go in the game view and let's test. Yeah, I think they have all right size, but we can make it a little bit smaller. So I will select flag, and pixels per unit, I will make it 120, hit apply. And now I like their sizes. You can obviously make it smaller or bigger or by changing these pixels per unit. You already know that. And now, well, we should slice these sprites. So first of all, I will delete this flag from my scene, so from my hierarchy. So let's delete. Now let's select this flag sprite. Let's change sprite mode from single to multiple. Let's hit sprite editor, hit apply, hit drop down, and we will automatic slice this. So let's hit slice, and let's hit apply. And now we have these 4 different sprites. And in order to add animated one, we will select all 4 of them, and we will simply drag them into our scene. So for example, right here. And this window will pop up to ask where to save animations. We will go in the animations folder, flag folder, and we will say here checkpoint, and let's save. And that's pretty much it. We have now animated flag, which will act like our checkpoint. Now, this flag will need to have some kind of collider so that our player will interact with it. For that, we'll select this flag, and we can rename it to be checkpoint, just like this. And let's add component. I will add box collider. So in this search box, we can type box collider 2D. And well, what we should do, we should click on this edit collider, and we should make this collider to be taller. We are doing that because maybe our players will jump over our flag, and if the collider was smaller, just like this, our players will be able to easily jump over it. So in that case, our player won't be able to trigger the collider of the checkpoint, and we won't have our position saved. And to avoid all of that, just make this taller, so no matter how high our players will jump, they will still trigger collider. So our checkpoint will be activated anyways. So let's make it smaller, just like this. Yeah, I think it will look all right. Okay, and one last step, we should tick is trigger, of course, because we don't want to actually physically interact with it, with this collider. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Now we are ready to go and start working on our script. So let's go in the scripts folder. We will need one new script. So let's create C# script, and let's call this one checkpoints. And again, you might not want or need multiple checkpoints, so you can just skip this video if you don't want, because we already have respawn mechanics. But if you want to learn how easily you can add different and multiple checkpoints, we will do it now. So first of all, let's assign this checkpoint script into this checkpoint game object. So I will drag and drop. Let's see if it's there. Yeah, indeed it's here. And let's double click to open in Visual Studio. Well, before we open this checkpoint, I will go in the player help script, and we will need to have one new function here. So before this enumerator right here, let's create one public function. It should be public void, and let's call this one updated checkpoint. And we will also create one placeholder vector2 as a parameter here, just like we did with our player health or in the health bar script. So when we passed placeholders here, we are doing exactly same, but this time we are working with a checkpoint. So we will say checkpoint equals pause. So basically, why we are creating this new function? Well, we can use this new function and call this new function when our player will collide with the checkpoints box collider. And that's exactly why we created new function. So we have this function, and I will remind you, this script already has instance. So it means that we are able to access the elements of it, access this function as well from other scripts. So let's save this player help script. Let's go in the checkpoint. And here what we should do. Well, first of all, we should call onTriggerEnter function. We already saw this function, onTriggerEnter 2D function. And basically, I will remind you, this function will be called when two game objects will collide with each other. And we can also make everything specific. Since our player has this player tag, I will remind you again, we will say if collision dot game object dot tag double equals, in quotation marks, we will say player, and type this player correctly, otherwise it will not work. But anyway, when our player will trigger our box collider of the checkpoint, what should happen? Basically, we should call here our updated checkpoint function, just like I said. So we will say player health dot instance dot updated checkpoint, and well, in the brackets, since we have here in the player health this placeholder of pause of vector2, here instead of using that placeholder, we will use position of the checkpoint. So position of the flag, this flag, for example, and it will be simply transform.position. And transform.position means position of the game object which this script is attached to. Checkpoint is attached to this flag. So when we are saying in this script transform.position, it means this flag's flag's position. So we are saying that updated checkpoint will be our transform.position, so our flag. And this way, doesn't matter how many checkpoints we will have, everything will work over and over again, and everything should work correctly. Now, let's save this script and let's test. What I will do, since I will take this checkpoint, let's take move tool, and well, I will place it here. just like here. Also, I will duplicate this checkpoint, and second checkpoint I will just drag somewhere else, for example right here, in order to know if everything is working. And also I will take my spikes, I will duplicate them, and I will place one spike here, one spike here, one spike here. It should be enough because our health is free right now. And to differentiate these checkpoints and to know if they are working, because our map is looking same for now, I will add to the object sprite some white square to the near our second checkpoint. So where is second checkpoint? Oh, here it is. Just to tell if we are in the first checkpoint or if we are in the second checkpoint, yeah, we can add the white box right here, for example. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so we have one checkpoint and we have second checkpoint with a white box. And well, let's start playing and let's test. Also, I want to test without checkpoints. So what I will do, I will just select this spike, I will duplicate it, and I will place it here, and I will place it here, just to die immediately. Oh, then we won't be able to jump over them. But anyway, let's test. Okay, first of all, if we die, we respawn. But if we check this checkpoint and then die, you see we respawned in the first checkpoint, just like this. Now let's check our second checkpoint. Yeah, we checked second checkpoint and we should be respawned in this position now. Let's die. Yeah, indeed. Everything is working, as you see. So we don't need this white box at all. I will delete this one, and also I don't have so much spikes. I was just showing you that everything is working. And yeah, this way you can easily take this flag, which is checkpoint, and put them around your map as many times as you want. It depends, well, how big is your map and how much checkpoints you need. And if you have bigger map, just place them. I recommend you to place them in front of the difficult parts. So when, for example, difficult part of your game starts, before it starts, just place one checkpoint so that if there is high chance that player will die at that difficult part of the game, it will be great if the players will be respawned before that point, not to waste their time, obviously. And it's also quite common new strategy for the games, for those kind of games. But if you don't want to have any kind of checkpoints, you can just deactivate or delete those flags at all. Also, one more detail before we go. We need better organization in the hierarchy, because our hierarchy is looking quite mad right now. So let's now create an empty game object. Let's call this one obstacles or spikes. Let's call it spikes. And I will just select all my spikes and I will drop it in the spikes folder, just like this, so that our spikes will handle all of our obstacles and spikes, as you see. Also, we can do same with the checkpoints. I will drag my checkpoints in the checkpoints game object. And also we can do same with the background. So let's create empty. Let's call this one backgrounds. And I will select all of my backgrounds and drop it here. And here we go. Now we have much better organization. So let's save this scene. Next section of this course will be all about our scoring, and we will create fully working scoring system quite easily. And you can implement this feature to any kind of games, 2D or 3D games. Oh, it's nice. First of all, we will need to have some visual representation, something to pick up. Basically, it might be coin, it might be gem, crystal, or anything really that you want to pick. And for that, I prepared this magical crystal sprite pack. It will be attached on this video, so you can download and use it. So let's open this folder, and it has this folder with is this sprite with a gem. So let's drag and drop it into our scene. Oh, it's quite large, as I see. So let's select it. Let's change pixels per unit to be 400 and hit apply. And now it has better size, I think. Let's drop it here. Yeah, we can make it even smaller. So let's scale it down a little bit on 0.8 and 0.8 on the X and Y. And I think now it looks nice. Let's change name for it to be gem or coin or crystal, anything really that you want. Also, we will add component. We will need to have some kind of collider. So let's use what collider to use. Let's go in circle collider 2D. We can use. Yeah, I think circle collider will work fine. And we will take his trigger because we don't want to have physical interactions. And also we will create tag for our gems because we will need them to in our script basically. So let's select the gem. Let's open these tags. Let's hit add tag. Let's hit plus. And let's call this one gem with a capital first letter. Let's save. Now let's select gem and let's assign our gem tag to it. Now I will duplicate this gem. So let's select gem, Control and D to duplicate. Let's take the second one right here. Let's drop it here and duplicate and duplicate. I'll just make a few of them for now. So yeah, let's place it here. But anyway, this is how our gems look like. They all have tag of gem. It's very important. Otherwise, this method will not work. Now let's go in the scripts folder and let's create another C# script. Let's call this one pickups. And basically, we can assign this pickup script into our player game object. And then with the method of onTriggerEnter2D, which we already saw, and because we used it few times, we can just check for the collision with the game objects that has tag of gem. In this case, this tag of gem has our gem. And well, we can increase our score every time we touch or collide with the crystals, and it will be easy. First of all, I will just add this pickup script to my gems, to all of my gems. Just make sure to add to this script to all of them, so we can check if all of them has this pickup script. And let's my mistake, sorry. We don't need to add the pickup script to the gem. I was telling you just a few seconds ago that we should add it to the player. So my mistake, sorry. I will just remove them from my gems. And just like this. And instead, I will just add this pickup script into my player. Okay, it's here. So let's double click to open in Visual Studio. Now, first of all, we will need to have integer variable for the scoring. So we will say public int. Let's call this one score. Well, actually, we don't need our score to be public because it should be automatically calculated. So let's use private int score. Now, let's use onTriggerEnter2D, just like I said. And here we can say if collision.gameObject.tag double equals, and in quotation marks, we will say name of the tag correctly, spell it correctly. In my case, it's gem with a capital first letter. What should happen when we basically collide with the gems? Well, our score should increase. And it's up to you. If you want to increase your score by 1 point, we can say score plus plus. And this score plus plus is same as to say score equals score plus 1, basically. But score plus plus is easier, so we will use score plus plus, and it will make sure to basically increase our score by 1 point. If you want to increase your score, for example, by 2 points, 3 points, or something like that, what we can do, we can create integer, so public int, and we can say scoring amount. We can call it scoring amount, and instead of saying score plus plus, we can say score plus equals scoring amount. So we are just increasing our score by scoring amount. It's really up to you. I will leave it as it is right now, and I will just say scoring amount that I want it to be 1 in the Unity editor. That's why I made it public, as you see. But anyway, when we pick up our gems, our score should increase. And since we don't have any kind of visual representation to check if the scoring is working or not, we can use debug menu to get console message. So let's say debug.log, and in brackets we can say score. So we will get information about our score, and let's save the script, let it compile, and let's go back to test. And also we should go in the player. Let's scroll down, and I will make scoring amount to be 1. I will go in the console view, and let's check. Every time I pick up my gem, our score should increase. So 1, 2, 3, 4. As you see, our scoring is really working. And if I, for example, say my scoring amount to be 2, it will be increased by 2 points instead of 1. So let's test. 2, 4, 6, and so on and so on. Okay, everything is working. Problem is that when we pick up our gems, when we collide with our gems should disappear from the game, and because we don't want them to be still there. And for that, after we increase our score, we can say destroy collision dot game object. So we are telling Unity to destroy game object which our player collided. So let's save this script, and now everything will work fine. Let's go back. And what is my scoring amount? Where is? Yeah, I will make scoring amount to be 1. And let's test if the gems are disappearing. And here we go. They are really disappearing, and we have nice looking gems right now. All right, next thing that we will do, we will have some scoring visuals, because right now it's hard to tell what is our score. Well, not hard, it's impossible for our players to tell what is their score at that moment. And for that, we will add simple text which will say score, and which will calculate our scoring and will be updated correctly. And for that, we will click on the canvas with our right mouse. We will go in the UI, legacy, and we will choose text. And let's call this text to be scoring text. And let's select the text. Let's go in the scene view. So where is our text? Let's hit F on the text. Oh, here it is. Well, it's up to you where you want to place your text, but I will place it on the top right corner. I will select the rect tool and make the border bigger to have some size, just like this. I will also go in these anchor points, and I will anchor it in the top right, just like this. And well, let's say text should be score 0000, just as a placeholder for now. What we can change also, well, it's hard to see our text right now, so I will change font size to something bigger, for example 40. Also, it's black right now, so let's change this color. You can choose any color that you like. I might use just white, or you can choose red, or anything that you will like. Yeah, I will use some color, I think. For example, this one. Of course, it doesn't look any good just yet, but don't worry about it. I will just drop it a little bit down. Okay. I will align it to the center, just like this. And also, I don't like this font at all. The font is Arial, which is standard font in Unity. And well, we can change these fonts actually. And for if we have some font assets in our project, and for that I prefer this pack of Cam fonts. We can use any of those fonts. So let's open these Cam fonts. It will be attached on this video. And if we open, those files are all fonts. And to change our current font, we will just need to select the scoring text and just drag any font in this field. So for example, let's drag this one. And as you see, our font is changed. I will make score to have much bigger size. So font size, I will make it 60. And I might change border a little bit, increase my border. And now our score is looking better. What else we can change? Well, we can change the font style to bold, italic, and bold and italic and stuff like that. We can also play with the line spacing. But I think I like what I see for now. And yeah, we have these font visuals, but we should also connect this font visual, or we should also connect the score visuals with our actual scoring. And for that, we will go in the pickup script where we have our scoring, and we need to have reference to the score text because we will need to have this text element. And in order to work with the UI elements, we will add up top using Unity engine.ui. Now we will have here public text, and let's call this one score text. And well, basically in this, when we are picking up our gem, so after our score is increasing, we can say score text dot text. So we are taking our scoring text and we are checking for the text element, which is this one. And it should be equal to what? Well, you might think that it should be equal to score. And yeah, you will be right and wrong same time. It should be equal score indeed, but in Unity we are not able to say this because it has red underline. This happens because the score is integer, as you see, and this text and the left side, so score text.text, is the textual element, so it means that it's string, and it's impossible to say that string should be equal to integer. And easy fix will be to delete the score and open let's make quotation marks, and in quotation marks we will say what we will need to have as a text. Well, as a text we will want to have the score and 2 dots, right? So we will say here score and 2 dots. After that we can say plus, and then we are able to use integer or anything. So now we can say score. So our text will say score, and since we are adding our score there, our number will also be correct. Now that's pretty much it. We can save this scene script. Let's go back and let's check if everything is working. And we also don't want so much zeros here. I will just make score to be 0 by default. And also we should add few things, I think, because yeah, let's open our player. Let's scroll down, and it needs to have the score text. So let's add our scoring text in this field. And now let's hit play and let's check if our score is increasing correctly. So score is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, indeed, our scoring is indeed working. And that's pretty much it, how you can create fully working scoring systems for your games. All right, next section of this course will be all about our levels. Because right now we have only one level and we will add few more levels. Well, at least one, and I will explain you how to do it. And then you can easily add yourself your own levels. But first of all, I want to talk about few things, few minor things, which will make our game more interesting. Because right now, if we hit play, our game is quite slow and it doesn't feel any challenging. Also, we have problem. For example, if we stuck here, we are not able to basically jump, and that's not really what we want. Let's start working on our level 1. First of all, let's address the issue that we are able to stuck in this corner and in other corners as well. And well, it has easy fix really. I already fixed that. Well, I have not in this just yet, but I will show you how to do it. First of all, if we have a look on the player, it has, as we know, this box collider, which has material, which is set to none because right now our player doesn't have any kind of material, as you see, non-physical material 2D. Well, we can create material which will basically make our player slippery, and well, he won't be able to basically stuck here, and if we will be stuck, we will be able to simply jump over when we click jump our space bar. And to create the physical material, all we need to do is to go in the empty space of the assets, right click, create 2D, and here we will find physics material 2D. Let's click on it. Let's name it player. And well, this material has two elements, friction and bounciness. And friction is set to 0.4, but we will set it to 0 and bounciness also on 0. That's pretty much it. Now we should basically add this material into the player. So we will simply drag and drop it into the player. And if you did everything correctly, when we click on the player and when we scroll down in the box collider, in the material field, you will find this player. You can obviously just select the player, scroll down and add your material directly from here to here. It will also work. But basically, now let's hit play and let's see what difference it gives us. So I will go and start here. But this time we are able to simply jump over. Let's test here as well. Yeah, we are indeed able to jump. Okay, next thing is that our game is quite slow and we should increase the speed. So let's go in the player, let's scroll down. And well, we have move speed of 3. I will set it to 5 for a moment and let's try. A lot of these details are all about testing, and you will test and see what is best for your game. Yeah, I think speed is fine, but jumping is like really too much. And what we can do right now, when we jump, we fall down on the ground quite slow and after some time. And I want more snappier controls because in general, in 2D games, in 2D side scrollers or runner games, I think it's important to have more snappier movement. Of course, it's matter of taste also, but yeah, snappier movement adds a little bit of challenge to your game, I think. And well, what we can do in the player, we have this rigid body which has gravity scale 1. Basically, if we increase this gravity scale, for example, let's say on 3, our player will fall much faster after jumping. So let's see what difference it will give us. You see, now we have more snappier falling down, but now we should also increase jumping. So let's say jump force to be 9. Is 9 enough? I think not. Maybe 11. Yeah, I think 11 is enough to add like challenge. And when you will have a lot of obstacles in your game, it will work fine. So I will just change jump scale to be 11. And like this, just with the changing of few minor things, our game already looks much better and much more challenging and fast. And yeah, I like pace, I like jumping speed and gravity scale as well. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now, what you should do, you should basically place other details in your game, such as obstacles. You can either use these obstacles, and also you can obviously place more gems in order our player to collect them. It will be fun. So about obstacles, you can obviously use our spikes that we already have. You can just duplicate any of those spikes and place them, or you can add other spikes if you have any other material. And if you don't have, you can easily find them. Just type obstacles and for Unity, and you will find them. And just make sure when you add new obstacle to follow the steps that we did with our spike. So it means that it should have collider, which is set to trigger, and also it should have these damage player script. So add those ones if you add new obstacles, and you will be pretty much good to go. Now, let's continue working, and now let's talk about our levels and how to add different levels. Well, let's first of all save our scene to not to lose any changes. Let's go in File, New Scene, Create, and we already have new scene. So what I will do, I will click on the Save Scene. I will go in the Scenes folder, and I will just type level 2 as a name, and let's say you see now we have this level 2. Well, this level 2 doesn't have anything right now, and well, in order not to build everything again, there is some ways how we can handle this situation. First of all, let's go back in the sample scene that we have, which is level 1, and what we can do, we can take the assets that we will need in other levels as well, such as player, obstacles, gems, these checkpoints. And we can use those ones in other levels as well. And to do that, we will create prefabs from it. Prefabs are just game objects which can be used in other levels, and they will have everything that original game object has. For example, if we prefab our player, he will have this rigid body, box collider, player script, animator, and everything will be set up correctly already. Same with the obstacles, gems, and that's why it's important to prefab such a game objects. And well, in the assets folder, let's create folder for the prefabs. And in order to prefab game objects, all you need to do is to drag the player, for example, into this prefabs folder. And now, as you see, our player has changed color and icon as well. Now they are blue. It means that our player is now prefab, and we have the player here. We will do same with the let's do same for the camera. So we will take main camera and CM camera here. Let's drag it. Also, we will do same with the canvas, event system, spikes. Well, let's open spikes, and I will drag one of those spikes. So for example, spike 1, I will make it as a prefab. Checkpoints also, I will drag one of the checkpoints, not whole folder. Backgrounds, let's open backgrounds, and I will drag this background folder. And also same with the gems, I will drag one of the gems here. Okay, right now we have all the prefabs that we can use in level 2. So let's save this scene and let's go in the level 2. Yeah, only problem and only thing that we are not able to use is our map and our tile map, which is not nice, but yeah, it's how Unity works. So it means that we should create our map again. So we will go in the empty space of the hierarchy, right click, we will find here 2D objects, tile map, rectangular, and let's call this one ground. And we will go in tile palette, and we already have this tile palette. By the way, if you want to use this tile palette again, you can do it. But if you want your level 2 to look completely different, you can use any other tile palette which you can find. Process will be completely same. You already saw how I was working with the tiles and tile maps. So just make sure to basically create new palette if you want. Or you can, if it's for ground, you can even drag the new palette here somewhere and work from it. But basically, process is same. We just need to draw our tiles once again, just like this. So I will just simply draw some ground for us. And also, which one we have used? Those ones? Nope. I believe it was the dark ones. Yep, I think this was the correct. So I won't spend much time doing it because you already know how to do it. Just like this. I will just remind you about few things that you should address basically in order everything to work correctly. First of all, let's go in the grid. Let's now add our player. First of all, where is our prefabs? Let's take our player and simply drop it into the hierarchy. And it's here. Now I will select player. I will hit F. Well, we are still in this tile map. I will go in the inspector. And now let's go. Okay. Yeah. The player. Now, our player is already set up correctly, but if we hit play right now, you will see that we will have some issues because this tile map, well, obviously we have some errors and I will talk about them very shortly. But also, in order this tile map to work, we need to add few things, just like we did with our level 1. This tile map also needs to have some kind of collider. And well, let's select this ground. Let's add components. And well, component that we want is tile map collider 2D, obviously. It will add a lot of colliders. And in order to change that, we will add composite collider as well. We already have talked about all of these. We will also change body type from dynamic to kinematic. We will select tile map and we will check used by composite, just like this. And also I believe our layer should be ground. So we will change layer to be ground. If you forget how we did the level 1, you can basically save changes here in the level 2. Go in the scenes, go in the sample scene, and just have a look on this tile map, what we have added. As you see, it has layer of ground, it has tile map collider, rigid body, which is set to kinematic, it has this composite collider, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Now let's go back into the level 2. We can also add, obviously, our walls and stuff like that, but I don't want to spend much time doing that, so I recommend you to do it yourself because we already have seen how to do it. Just like this, just draw some lines into the game. Let's see in the game view. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Just draw some lines. Okay, we have this basic look, and I will now explain you how to make things correctly. So let's go in the inspector. I will hit play just to go over from the tile map, and then we will continue. Well, when we hit play, we still have the errors. That's because we should add everything correctly. Right now, our player, right now, if we go in the console, it says that we have problem with the player help script. That happens because our player has this player help script, but this health bar is missing, as you see, and this core text is missing as well. Both health bar and score text, as you remember, is in the canvas. So we will go in the prefabs and we will drag canvas here. Also, we should drag event system. Also, let's drag our main camera. Well, before dragging main camera, I will delete this main camera. We don't need it. Instead, we will drag our main camera as CM camera. In the CM camera, I will drag my player in the follow field. I think everything is good here. Let's see. Yeah, indeed. And now let's take the player. Let's have a look on the player. Let's scroll down. And well, as I said, it needs to have this health bar as core text. So you will just check what it's missing in the scripts. For example, just like we did now, we saw that, yeah, player help script needs this health bar. So we will open canvas. We'll drag health bar here. Also, it needs score text. We will drag scoring text here. That's pretty much it. I think now we can hit play and let's see if the errors will go. Yeah, indeed, errors are not here anymore. And as you see, every mechanic that we did is pretty much working here. Also, since we have the checkpoints and checkpoints and spikes and gems already prefabbed, we can simply drag our spike, for example, here. And if we select the spike, as you see, it already has the scripts and box collider attached, so it means that it will work. Also, same with our crystals, and yeah, and same with the checkpoints. So we will drag these checkpoints. So just play with the new level. So in this case, level 2, and just have fun with it. Make sure to add little bit more obstacles than we had in level 1. In general, you should try to make the levels slowly increase the difficulty. So for example, if you had some amount of obstacles in the level 2, just try to increase obstacles little bit in the level 2, and then increase it in the level 3, and so on and so on. If you have different kind of obstacles, you can add them gradually with the levels. And yeah, it will make your game to have more dynamic feel. And also we can basically add our background. If you want to use the same background, it will be fine as well. Just let's drag it into the game. Where is our background? I will just do it like this. Let's go in the game view. Yeah, I think it looks all right. And you know the process, we can duplicate this background, drop it here somewhere, and so on and so on. Doesn't really matter right now. The main point is that this is how you should and you can easily set up new levels. And if we hit play now, everything will work. We should still get damaged. We should still get our score increase. Yeah, we are damaged. Our checkpoint should work as well. And yeah, everything is working indeed. All right. Next step will be to make transition from one level to second level, and also to add level ending mechanics for our project. And to do that, well, first of all, make sure to save all the changes in the level 2, not to lose your progress. And then we will go in the level 1, which is sample scene. And by the way, let's change name of the sample scene to be level 1. So what I will do, I will click on these 3 dots and I will just select save scene as in this scenes folder. And I will just name it level 1, just like this. And now we have this level 1. Okay. Now, first of all, let's add some actual model, which will tell our player that our level is ending and we are in the finish line. And well, we can use flags or banners and stuff like that. And for that, I prepared this banners folder. It will be attached on this video as usual. And when we open, it has these PNG files and it has the simple. Let's select the floor quiet, and it has all of the banners. And we can use any of those ones. So for example, let's use this red one. Oh, it has a little bit of animation also. Nice. So let's drag the first one. First of all, let's check sizes. Okay, size is a little bit small, I think. Let's select this first one, pixels per unit. Let's decrease pixels per unit by a little bit. 48. Let's try. Hit apply. Let's select banner. Yeah, 48 will work fine, I think. We'll do exactly same for all of these red banners. Let's select all of them. Pixels per unit will be 48. Let's hit apply. And well, we can, since it has a little bit of animation, we can create animation. So I will delete this red banner from my scene. Instead, I will select all of those red banners and simply drag them here in the scene. Now it asks we have to save animation, so we will save animations in the animation folder. We can create new folder here for the banner. Let's open this banner, and well, I will call it level end, and I will save it. And here we go, we have this level end banner, and let's change name to be level end, just like this. And now, in order everything to work, first of all, it needs to have collider. So we will click on this add component, and we will find box collider 2D. Let's add it. And also I will click on this edit collider, and I will just make this collider taller, just to make sure that our players won't be able to jump over it, because that will be tragic. So let's just make sure that it's tall. And also I will check is trigger, because we will need it into our scene, into our script. Okay, now next step will be to, let's save the scene, and let's go in the scripts folder, and let's create new script, new C# script. Let's call it level end, just like this. Now, in order this level end script to work, there is really few things that I want to talk about. In general, to transition between levels, Unity has the scene manager system, which allows us to go, for example, from one level to another level very, very easily. It basically controls how we transition between levels. And well, there is few things that you should know about this level manager, about the scene manager. And well, let our Visual Studio load. It's first time today that I'm opening it, so it takes some time. Sorry about that. And well, when it loads, we will continue working. And before we actually go and code our level transition, which is not really hard, there is few crucial things that you should know. For example, if we go in the file and build settings, you see we have the scene build, And right now it only shows the sample scene, which by the way we are not anymore using because we changed name to the level 1. So I will just delete this. And basically we should have all the scenes here that we want to be part of our final project. For example, right now we only have level 1 and level 2. But then we will add menu and stuff like that, and we should also have them in these scenes in here. To add scenes here in this build view, well, we just need to click on this add open scenes. It will add level 1. But to add level 2, for example, we will go in the scenes folder and we will simply drag this level 2. And you see, right now we have level 1, which has this index of 0. These indexes are also important. And we have level 2, which has index of 1. We can also organize our scenes how we like, just like this. But, well, we should have level 1 first and level 2 second. It's important, this organization, because if we build our game right now, our level 1 will play first and then we will go in the level 2. If it was like this, we will when we have start our game, we would go in the level 2 first, and that's not really what we want. So we will have level 1 and level 2. Anyway, after we do this, let's go in our level end script, and we will use a special method which we have used already. It's on trigger enter 2D method. So let's type on trigger enter 2D. So you already saw this function. And here we will check for the collision with the player. So we can say if collision.gameObject.tag double equals, in quotation marks, we will say player because our player has tag of player. And here basically we should tell Unity to transition from level 1 to level 2. And because we should access our scene manager, we will go up top here and we will add using Unity engine .scene management, just like this. And now we can simply say that we want scene manager load scene and 1. Now, what is this 1? 1 is the index. That's why that's what I was saying, that those indexes are important. You see, level 1 has 0, index of 0, and level 2 has index of 1. So when we finish the level 1 and when we want to go in the level 2, we're gonna use this index of 1, right? So we can say 1. If we leave our script like this, everything will work fine. But the problem will be that I want to use the same script, so this level end script, in all of my other level ending parts. For example, yeah, we will go in the level 2 right now, but what happens when we want to go in the level 3 from level 2? If we use this script, it will check for the collision with the player, and well, it will see that we want to load the level which has index of 1 again. So level 1, index 1 has this level 2. So we won't be able to go from level 2 to level 3. We would stack in the level 2 for forever, and that's not exactly what we want. So instead, in order to make this script more universal, what we can do, we can basically just get information in what level we are right now, and then tell Unity to just increase amount of level by 1. So increase the index by 1. It will, and well, if we will be in the level 1, Unity will check, yes, we are in the level 1, so we should increase index by 1 point, and we will go in the level 2. And same will happen when we are in the level 2, it will increase index and we will go in the level 3, and so on and so on. So it will make this script more universal. And to do that, well, first let's create integer as a container to store information about what level we are right now, and let's call this one current scene, and it should be equal to scene manager dot get active scene, and let's say brackets dot build index. Well, this scene manager get active scene will get information about what scene we are at this moment, what index that scene has, and it will store information about that in this integer of current scene. And now, as I said, we should tell Unity to load just scene with a +1. So we can say scene manager dot load scene, and in brackets, instead of saying some number, some index, we will say current scene +1. And that's pretty much it. Now we will be able to use this script in other levels as well, very easily, and we will test it. But first of all, let's save this scene. And let's go back. Let's save everything. And also we will go in the level 2. Oh, before we go in the level 2, we should make the level end to be a prefab. But before we do that, we should add script as well. Where is our level ending script? So let's drag it in the level end game object. Now we will go in the prefabs and we will drag level ending here. Let's save changes. Oops. Just like this. And now let's go in the level 2. Let's open our prefabs. Let's drag a level end here. Somewhere in the scene. For example, here, doesn't really matter. Just like this. And now, well, we don't have level 3, but just for now, let's save changes and let's create new scene. Create. I will save this scene in the scenes folder. And let's call this one level 3. I won't do anything here in the level 3. I want just to check if everything is working. So let's go in the files, build settings, and I will add level 3 here. Now, if everything is done correctly, let's go into level 1 and let's hit play. We should be able to transition between levels very easily. And you can use this level end in other levels as well. So let's go. Okay, we died. No problem. Let's go and you can also increase speed of player with time with the levels. So first of all, let's check. Yeah, indeed, we are in the level 2. And when we go in the level ending, we will go in the level 3 automatically. And as you see, everything is working. So you can add as much levels as you like with this method. And also you can have this level ending for all of that, which will work for all of the levels. And maybe in the last level, for example, if you will have 10 levels, at the end of the 10th level, you won't be adding this level end. Instead, you will add some other script which will take you in the victory menu, and we will talk about that also. But yeah, right now everything is working. And also, as I said, you can increase speed of player with the levels. So for example, in the level 1, we have speed of, what is our speed? Move speed of 5. For example, in the level 3, you can increase this number by 1. So you can have move speed of 6, 7, and slowly increase the speed, which will also add a little bit of challenge to your game. All right, time to start working on the menus. First thing that we will do, we will start working on the main menu, and we will create fully working main menu very easily. So to do that, we will need to have new scene. And well, it will be first scene that our players will see when they open our game. And we will go in File, New Scene, Create, and let's save this scene in the Scenes folder. And let's call this one Main Menu. Well, I'm using capital M's, as you see. Let's save. Okay, we have empty scene, and well, it's up to you how you want your scene to look, your menu to look like. In general, what we can do, we can have some text elements and some buttons, because that's quite basic concept, and well, we obviously will need to have some buttons anyway. So we will right click on the empty space of the hierarchy. We will select UI legacy text. It will be name of our game. So let's select text. Let's hit F on keyboard to find where it is. And by the way, we will also, before we work on the text, we will select canvas and change the UI scale mode from constant pixel size to be scale with screen size, 9020 by 1080, because that's our resolution. Okay, now let's select the text. I will select move tool. I will take this text here. I will select this rect tool, and I will just make this border to be bigger. I think just like this. And well, you can obviously name your game anything that you like. I will just name it to the runner game, just like this. Well, we are not able to see it because the font size is quite small. Let's make it bigger, 100. I will change color to be white. I will change alignments to be center and in the middle, just like this. We can also change the font, because I believe we have fonts, these can fonts. We'll open these can fonts. We will select text, and I will remind you, you should drag your font here instead of Arial. So let's drag our font to the runner game. We can also change color. And yeah, our text is ready. Next thing will be to create buttons. And I think we have not worked with the buttons yet. But don't worry, I will explain you everything. Now, to create button, we will right click on the canvas, UI legacy, and here we will see button. Let's select this button, and well, we will need 3 buttons. First button will be our start button, so let's change name to be start button. Also, let's make our button bigger in size. Let's see how it looks. I think it looks all right, just like this. And this button has text element, as you see inside. So we will open this drop down, and here where we have the text, we will say here start as a text. Also, there is few things that we can how we can customize our buttons. First of all, and most obvious, is the color. And we can change color of our button, obviously, and we can choose any color that we want. Also, we can change text elements, so we can make it bigger, maybe 40. Yeah, I think 40 will be all right. We can obviously change font as well. And yeah, let's change color of the text to be white. Well, it's really up to you how you will customize your button. I think color of the button should be a little bit darker, just like this. Yeah, I think it looks all right. And I will just take my button a little bit on the left side, just like this. Yeah, I think it looks all right. There is other ways that you should know about this button. For example, it has this element of button, and it has the colors. So most of the times you will be using the highlighted color, pressed color, and selected color. So I will show you difference. Let's select highlighted color. I will just make it green or something like that. Pressed color, I will make it some other color. Selected color, yellow. And yeah, if we hit play right now, highlighted color, you see we have this green. It means that when we hover over with our mouse, our button will change color. Also, when we press our button, it will again change color. And well, we also have selected color, but we won't be able to see it here. But yeah, if you want to play with these colors, you can play with the highlighted color and pressed color. I usually don't do that because I like very minimalistic designs. So I will just leave it as it is. Maybe I will change pressed color to the little bit of darker red. So let me press play and check. Yeah, I think it looks all right, pressed color. But I don't like to have highlighted color, so when my mouse hovers over, I don't want my button to change color, but it's, again, up to you and your taste. Anyway, our start button is pretty much ready. Next thing we will do, now we will duplicate the start button. So let's select start button. Let's go in the scene view and let's click on the Control and the D to duplicate. Let's drag it down. We will do same. We will duplicate the start button again, and let's drop it down. So as I said, we will work on the free buttons, but you can obviously have as much buttons as you like. So second button will be quit button. So I will change name to be quit and also text to say quit, just like this. And the third one will be our credit scene, because it's also useful to have credit scene. And text I will change to be credits, just like this. And here we go. That's how easily you can create visuals for your game. The problem is that we don't have any kind of background, and in general, when you are making game, and well, when you're making commercial game, at least, what I recommend you to do, to create a cover photo for your game. You can do it by going in the canvas or the Photoshop or something like that and create cover photo for your game. You can use resolution that you have here. So we have this full HD resolution, and simply drag and drop your photo here as a background. But we don't have one. Let's go in the prefabs. We can use this background. I don't know how it will look like, but let's try at least. So I will drag and drop it here. Let's hit F, and let's take this here, and we can go in the game. Yeah, this is how it looks, our background. But yeah, it's really up to you. If you have actual image, you can use actual image. Do we have any kind of image here? We only have this one, but doesn't really matter. When you drag and drop your image inside Unity, just make sure to change texture type and set it to be sprite 2D and UI. Otherwise, you won't be able to use this image. And then you can simply drag your image. Well, this image doesn't have the right resolution, obviously, but let's imagine it has. So let's imagine the size it's like this. And yeah, here we go. We have some image. Obviously, I'm not going to use this one. I was just showing you. So I will just, well, I will use this background image since it's our theme. Yeah, anyway, this is how easily you can create main menu visuals. And in the next video, we will work on the buttons as well. All right, now it's time to work on our buttons. First, we will work on the start and quitting button, and then we will work on this credits button. And because we should create this credit scene, Yeah, first of all, let's go in the scripts folder and let's create new C# script. And I will call this one main menu. Let's say, and well, this script will handle all the transitions from the buttons. And in general, to make your buttons work, what you should do, you should write functions. For example, we have 3 buttons. It means that we will need 3 functions. And one will be for the start, one will be for the quit, one will be for the credits. And next, we will connect our functions with our buttons. And I will show you how. But first of all, let's attach our main menu script into the canvas. Where is our main menu? Let's drag it into the canvas. And let's double click to open in Visual Studio. Well, since we will work with the level transitions, also, we will need to have Scene Manager added here. So we will say using Unity Engine .scene management. All right. As I said, we will need to have 3 functions. So every one of them should be public void. And let's call this one game start. It will be for our start button. And also let's create public void leave game for the quit button. And also we will need to have credits button. So public void credits, just like this. All right. Now let's start working with the leave game, which is quit button. And in order to quit game and in order to make our quit button work, it's very simple. We just need to say application.quit and brackets and semicolon. Well, it's not a problem, but the issue is that this quit function is not really working on the inside Unity editor, but it will work when you build your game. And to check if everything is working, we can use debug menu and we can get some message, for example, leaving the game. So basically we can save this script, and if everything works and if our quit button works, we should get this message in the console. So let's save and let's go back. And yeah, let it reload. And then I will teach you how you should connect the function with the button. So we should connect this leave game with the quit button. So we will select this quit button. Let's scroll down. And here we have on-click events. These on-click events will help us in connection. So right now list is empty. We can click plus and this window will pop up. We can drag the canvas in here in the object, which is set to none right now because our canvas has our script. So let's drag canvas here. And now we can select this drop down, find here name of the script, which is main menu. And here we will see the function name, which is leave game. Just make sure to have all the functions public here. Otherwise, you won't be able to see them from the on-click events. But anyway, right now we have connected our leave game function with the quit quit button. So if we hit play right now, when I hit quit, so quit, I get message that we are leaving the game. So it means that quit button is indeed working. Now let's work on the start button. Now, when our game starts, what we want to do? Well, we want to go in the level 1, right? And for that, what we can do, we can obviously say scene manager dot load scene and the we can type index number here. We can check index number in the build settings. We have level 1, level 2, and level 3. Oh, by the way, we should add the main menu inside this build settings. So let's open this build settings and click on this add open scenes. And we have main menu. Problem is that main menu should be first and not the last. So it should be first thing that our players should see. So I will just drag it upside, just like here, and drop it here. So that main menu is first always. So we have level 1 and it has index of 1. And we can obviously type 1 here, but I don't want to do it. I prefer to type a little bit different way. We'll create public string and I will type here scene name. I will call it scene name. And instead of typing some index number, I will pass scene name here. So we can save this script. And next thing that we should do, we should select the canvas and we will see empty field for the scene name. Well, as you know, our scene, our level 1 is called level 1. So just type here level 1, name of your scene, and just make sure to type everything correctly with the capital and lowercase letters because everything is case sensitive. Yeah, that's pretty much it for the main menu. Let's select now let's connect our main menu with the start button. Let's scroll down, let's click plus. We'll drag canvas here. And this time we will click main menu and we will choose game start. All right. This will also work. And let's actually check before we go in the and work with our credits button. Now, let's make sure to save everything. Let's hit play and I will click on the start and check. Okay, our game starts. Very nice. This is how easily you can work with your buttons. Next thing that we will do is to work on the credit scene and credits button. And for that, we will create another scene dedicated for the credits. So let's open this file. Let's go in the scene, new scene, create, and I will save these scenes in the scenes folder. And let's call it credits with a capital C. Let's save. And now we have credit scene. Now what I want to do in the credit scene is to have some animated credit scene, which you see at the end of the games, at the end of the movies, and stuff like that, because they are very useful. They look fine and they are not hard to implement. So let's do it. First thing that what I like to do, I would like to go in the UI and I like to choose raw image. And well, I will select these anchor points. I will select the stretch. And then I will just make sure to have 0 on the left, 0 on the top, 0 on the right, and on the bottom. So our image will be in front of everything. I will change color to be black, just like this. We have the black image. And next thing, I will click on the canvas. I will right click to create empty game object. And I will type credits here. This empty game object of credits will handle all of our credits elements. Also, let's change the canvas from the constant pixel size to be scale with screen size. Let's type resolution here. All right, now in the credits, we will need to have text elements. So I will select credits, UI, legacy, text. And let's find where is our text. Let's hit F. Let's scroll up. And I will just drag my text here. I will select the select tool. And I will make size of my text to be, for example, like this. Also, let's change the color to be white. White text on the black screen is classic. Well, the text is very, very small. Maybe 30 will be all right. And here I will start typing basically what I want to have in the credits. So for example, lead programmer, I think text is small. 40 might be all right. Yeah, lead programmer and 2 dots. But I won't type anything just yet here. I will just scroll down a little bit. Next, I will type something like designer and something and concept art, for example, producer. And you get the point. Type every detail that you want. Let's type one more. Or just leave it as it is. It doesn't really matter. I think it looks all right. Next step will be to basically duplicate these text elements. So Control and D. And I will select Move tool and I will move it here. Just like this. Let me check. Yeah, I think it looks all right. I will obviously delete those ones from the second text. And instead, let's type name of the authors. So lead programmer. We can type anything that you like. Mr. Unity. Designer. Me. Concept art. Mrs. Unity. And producer, Mr. Music. Well, you get the point. Obviously, you can move this little bit closer to each other. Also, you can change color of the elements. What I like to do, I think I will select the first text element and I will make them bold so that we have some kind of difference between them. You can obviously change the font size or font style, but I will leave it as it is right now. Let's save the scene. Now, main point will be to make this this text to appear slowly and go up and then disappear. Let's go in the scenes folder, in the scene. And what we want to do, well, we have the credits game object, which controls both of the texts. I will drag them outside of my scene because we want to start from here when we go in the credit scene. Next, we will go in the animation. Let's select credits. Let's click create. It will ask where to save our animation. So we will select animation and let's type here credits. Let's save. And now we can click on this record button. Let's click on it on this red dot, red circle, and recording will start. First keyframe will be the one that we are currently at. So you see we have position of minus 870. So I will just type minus 70, hit enter. And now we have this first keyframe right here. Now it's up to you how long you want to wait. Basically, if you want to wait 15 seconds, if you want your animation to last, for example, 50 seconds, you will type here 900. And why 900? Because our sample rate is 60. And you will just multiply 60 by what amount you want. For example, 15, or if you want to last 20 seconds, you will type 1200, but I think 900 will be enough. So let's type 900. And on the 900 frame, what we want to do, Let's type 900, hit enter, and I will drag this up because we want to be right here. Hit enter again, and let's hit stop. And now let's check. We can hit play, and as you see, our animation is playing, and it's very easy, as you saw, very basic animation, and it will be looped. I think it will start again. Yeah, we don't want to have a loop screen. We want to play this one time and then go back to main menu. And for that, what we want to do, what we will do, we will just go in the animations folder where we saved our credits animation. So this is animation clip. We will select it and we will uncheck loop time. So we won't have any kind of looping. And next thing, as I said, when I want to go back in the main menu when our animation is over, for that we will create C# script. So let's go in the scripts folder. Let's create C# script. Let's call this one credits. And well, we can assign the credits into the canvas, or I think I will assign it to the canvas. It's better practice. So I will drag it into the canvas. And let's double click to open in Visual Studio. Now what we will need here, well, first of all, we will need to add using Unity Engine .scene management here. Also, we will need one variable to reference our credits game object. So public game object, and let's call this one credits. And then we will use coroutine. We already worked with the coroutine, I think. And well, in order to create coroutine, we need to have special function, special enumerator function. So we will type enumerator, and let's call this one credits run. Now, what we want to do, when our game starts, we want to, for example, wait for 0.5 seconds. So we will say yield return new, wait 4 seconds. In brackets, we will say 0.5f. After that, we want to activate our credits game object. So it will start running. We can say credits dot set active equals true. And after that, we want to wait for 15 seconds in this case, because we have animation that lasts 15 seconds. If you have bigger animation, of course, you should type that number here. And after that, we want to load our main menu. So we will say scene manager load scene. And this time we can pass 0 because our main menu will always be first, and our main menu will always have index of 0 for that. And now let's call this coroutine from the start coroutine. In the brackets, we can say credits run, one more brackets, semicolon, and we can save this scene, save the script. And that's pretty much it. Very simple enumerator with 2 wait times. And as you see, we should activate our credits. So it means that by default, we will deactivate this credits game object. Let our script compile. We'll select canvas, and let's drag our credits here in this field. And let's select credits. I will uncheck this one. And also, one more detail, we should go in the file, build settings, and obviously add our credit scene here. And well, not to get confused later and not to have this credit scene in the middle of the levels, I will just drag it into the credits, just like this. I will just drag it into the upside. So after main menu, we have these credits. And yeah, let's go back. Let's save the scene. And now let's hit play and let's check if everything is really working. So we are in the credit scene, and our credits is playing. So it will go away, and then we should go in the main menu. Let's see. Yeah, indeed, we are back in the main menu. It means that everything is working. Now, last thing that we should do is to, well, save everything here from the credits. Let's go in the scenes. Let's go in the main menu. And we should work on this credit button as well, because our credits button is not doing anything. So we will open our scripts folder where we have our main menu, and well, we should we can create another string, public string, credits scene, for example. And when we click on our credits button, we want our scene manager to load scene, and we will pass our credit scene integer string here, credit scene. And that's pretty much it. We can save this script. Let's go back, let it compile, and then we will test everything. Now let's select the credits. Where is our canvas? Let's select credits. Let's scroll down. Let's click plus. I will draw a canvas here. I will select main menu and credits. And also let's select canvas. And we should type name of the scene, of the credit scene, correctly again, of course. So in my case, it's credits with the capital C. So I'll type credits, just like this. Now let's save our main menu. And now if we hit play, everything should work correctly. But let's test. So we know that quit button is working. We are getting a message that we are leaving the game. We know that our start is working. And let's go in the credits now. Click on it. Yeah, our credits is working as well, because we are seeing this animation. It will go away, and then we should go back in the main menu, for example. And we can, for example, click on the start, and our game starts. Yeah, that's it. That's how you can work with the main menu. All right, now let's continue working on our menus, and it's time to start working on our pause menu. For that, I went back in the level 1, as you see. Here in the canvas, we will right click. I will choose UI, and this time I will choose panel. So where is our panel? Let's see. Here it is, panel. And let's call this one pause screen. Just like this. Now, if we go in the game view, this pause screen, as you see, is rendered in front of everything. That's exactly what we want. But we will change few things. First of all, we don't need to have source image. And I will click this circle, and I will scroll up all the way, and I will choose none, just like this. Also, color, for the color, well, I will make it darker color, some black color, because I want my players to know difference when we are in the pause and when we are not. Basically, just like this. Basically, what we will do, we will activate and deactivate this pause screen with some key, and it will be our pause screen. And well, by default, obviously, it will be activated for now. In the pause screen, let's right click, and let's choose UI, legacy, and text. Now let's go in the scene view to see where is our text. Okay, let's click F to zoom in. Okay, here it is. I will make borders to be bigger, just like this, and text to be paused. Well, of course, it's optional step. You can only have buttons if you want, but I want to have some text element as well. I will make this text border a little bit bigger. And let's scroll down. I will change color to be white. Also a font size to be bigger, something like maybe 80. I will make alignments to be center and well in the middle. Yeah, I think it looks all right. You can obviously play around with it. What we can also do is to change font. We already have the Ken fonts, which we can use. And if you want to change it, just go ahead and drag any of your fonts here. Yeah, I think I like these fonts better. Obviously, you can change colors as well. It's really up to you. And now in the pause screen, I will right click and I will create some UI, legacy, and button. Let's go in the scene view. I will make this button to be a little bit bigger, just like this. Let's take this a little bit down. And for the button, well, I will change color to be some reddish color, just like this. I will change text to say resume, and also I will change font size to be 30, color to be white, and font, let's change font to, yeah, here we go. I think it looks all right, our resume button. And now let's change the name of our resume button. So I will select this button. I will change name to be resume button, just like this. And now let's duplicate this resume button. So we will select this button, we'll click Ctrl and D, and we will take the second button here. We'll have two buttons in the pause menu. One will be for the resume, second will be for the main menu. So let's change name to be main menu button, and I will also change text obviously to say menu, just like this. And here we go, our buttons are ready and we now have all the visuals that we need. Next step will be to create new C# script and start working on it. So let's go in the scripts folder. Let's create C# script. I think I already created one. I called it pause menu, as you see, and I will just drag this pause menu into my canvas. And now let's double click to open in Visual Studio. Now what we need here? Well, we will need few variables. One will be for the reference of our pause screen, because as I said, we should activate and deactivate this pause screen. So for that, let's simply say here, public game object, and let's call this one pause screen, very simply. After that, we will also need one boolean to control if we should be paused or not. So let's say private, or we can make it public. Yeah, let's leave it as a private for now. Public, private bool is paused. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Now we will create two functions. One will be for the menu, one will be for the resume. Let's start from the menu. Let's create public void main menu, and here we will need help of the scene management. So for that, in the up top, we will say using Unity Engine dot scene management, just like this. Okay, in the main menu, well, since we already know that our main menu will always be first thing that our players will see. So if we go in the build settings, we will always have this main menu here, and our main menu will always have index of 0. So for that reason, we can simply say scene manager dot load scene, and we can type 0 in the brackets. And that's pretty much it for the main menu. Now, well, I will delete the start function because I don't need the start at all. Instead, I will create another function. This time it will be for the resume and for the pausing. So we will say public void, and let's call this one pause on pause, just like this. And here I will say simple logic And first let me write it and then I will explain you. If is paused, open and close curly brackets, and we will say is paused equals false, and also we will say pause screen dot set active false. Now what we have done, well, I'm saying that if we are in pause menu and we touch some pause key again, it means that we want to continue our game. So it means that in order to continue our game, our pause boolean should be false and our pause screen should go, because we want to continue our game, just like I said. And we will add else statement where we will do everything opposite way. So this else statement will be called when we are playing our game and when we touch some pause key and we want to go in the pause menu and when we want to pause our game. So it means that these pause should be true, should become true. And also our pause screen, so pause screen dot set active should be true, right? Okay, this is for the pause and unpause. And next thing that we will need is to have some key which will pause our game. And well, it's up to you on what key you want your pause to be, or pause action to be. But in the update, let's say if our input, right, what I said, input dot get key down, and in brackets we can say key code. For example, I will use escape, so key code dot escape. Well, what we want to do, well, we want to call this pause unpause function just like this, and we can basically save our script because that's pretty much it. Let's hit reload and let's test if everything is working. And let's go back. We will have everything in the build settings. Very nice. Okay, let's select our buttons and let's connect everything. So first of all, let's select main menu button. Let's scroll down. On click event, let's click plus. I will drag my canvas here and I will find pause menu and main menu. And for the resume button, I will do same. I will drag canvas, and for the function, I will find pause unpause. And that's pretty much it. Let's save our scene. And well, by default, we don't want to see this pause screen, so let's select pause screen and let's uncheck this box. So let's hit play now and let's see. Now everything is working, and as you see, when I try to hit on the escape key, we have some error. So let's see what error we have. So something is not assigned, so let's go in the canvas and we need to assign this pause screen. I forgot, so I will drag this pause screen right here, and now we can hit play and everything should pretty much work. Okay, well, the pause mechanic is working on the escape. The problem is that our game is still running, so buttons are also working. Let's test everything. Menu is also working. Okay, very nice. Now let's address the issue and fix our, well, it's not the bug really. It will have easy fix. The problem is that when we are in the pause menu, so right here, when we are paused, our game still plays. Not here, obviously, here. Our game still plays, and we don't want that. We want our time in Unity to be freezed. So we can say time.timescale equals 0f, very simply. And when we want to continue our game, we can say time.timescale equals 1f. And this time.timescale, as I said, is controlling time. So when we say that it's 0, it means that the time will be freezed, so we will be paused. And when 1 is original value, so our time will be regular here, and this is also how some slow motion actions are made. So for example, we can say 0.8 or something like that, but we don't want that. Also, to avoid any kind of errors, I will copy this line. So time.timescale equals 1, and I will place it here just in case in the main menu. So let's save our script. Let's go back, and now everything should be working fine. Let our script compile. Let's hit play, and let's test. Okay, everything is working. We are freezed. We can click resume. We can click menu. We can start again. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We can save this scene. Alright, now it's time to start working on our audio system, and we will add few audio effects and also background music, but most importantly I will teach you how to add new sounds. So maybe in the future you will want to add more sounds. Process will be completely same. So here we go. Let's go in the scene view. Oh, we are in the let's select player, hit F. So we are in the scene view now. Okay, and first thing that we will do, I will create empty game object, create empty, and this will be our audio manager, and it will handle all of our audio effects. In the audio manager, what I will do, I will create two empty game objects, and one will be SFX. This SFX will be for the sound effects, and also let's create another one in the audio manager. So right click, create empty, and second one will be, well, let's call this one music. This will be for the background music, for example, and it's just for the better organization. Next will be to add our sound effects, and for that I prepared audio files folder. It will be attached on this video, so you can download it. And when we open, we have very basic 4 sounds. As you see, one is background, one is coin when we pick up our coins, one will be when our player is damaged, and one is for the jumping. All right, what we should do? Well, let's leave this background for now, and let's concentrate on the sound effects. So coin, damage, and jump. I will select those 3, and I will drag them into my SFX. Okay, they are not there, so let's drag them here in the hierarchy's empty space, and now let's drag them in the SFX. Okay, here we go. We have them in the SFX. Next step will be to go in the game view and make sure that mute audio is not turned on, because otherwise you won't be able to hear anything. So in my case, I have this mute audio for right now, so I will just select it, and here we go. Now we will be able to hear our audio. Now if we select any of them, as you see, we have the main component, which is audio source. It has a lot of different details, and you can play around with these elements. So we have the volume, pitch, and reverb zones, but we don't need any reverb zones in this case. But the important thing is that every one of them has display on awake checked, and it means that if we hit play right now, we will be able to hear all of our sounds all together. Let's see. Yeah, you probably heard it. And that's not exactly what we want. We want to control when to play and which audio effect to play. Right now we have only 3, but you might have much more. It doesn't matter. So we'll uncheck play on awake for the sound effects, for all of our sound effects. And well, let's go in the scripts folder now. Let's create C# script, and let's start working on the audio. So let's call this one audio manager, very simply. And we will assign this audio manager into the audio manager game object, obviously. And well, process will be quite simple. We will need to have some lists. So let's drag it into the audio manager and let's open in Visual Studio. Okay, as I said, we will need to have some lists. Since we have more than one sound effect, it will be logical to create some array, some lists. So to create a list, we will need to say public audio source, then array sign, and let's call this one sound effects, just like this. Okay, next will be to, well, actually we don't need anything just yet. If we save this script, I will show you what is list first of all, so it will be easier to understand. Let's save our script, Control and S or Command and S. If we select Audio Manager, you see we have sound effects, and it has dropped down, but list is empty right now because we don't have any elements. So basically we should drag all of our sound effects here in this list. And we can do it by one. So coin, we can drag coin, then damage, then jump. But what if we have a lot of sound effects? So for example, 20 sound effects, and we are too lazy to drag them one by one. But if we select all of them, you see we don't see the audio manager's inspector anymore. So there is easy trick. What we can do, we can select audio manager, we can select this lock sign here, and now we can simply select all of our sound effects, and you see audio manager's inspector is locked. So we can drag all of them into the sound effects, and now we have 3 elements. And if we select this drop down, we have element 1, element 0, 1 and 2. So our coin in this case is element 0, our damage is element 1, and jump is element 2. Those numbers are just like indexes, just like we have in the build settings here. As you see, we have indexes, and we can use those indexes to tell Unity which sound effects exactly to play. For example, if we want to play this coin sound, we'll tell Unity to play the sound that has index of 0. To play this damage, we will tell to play index of 1, for the jump index of 2, and so on and so on. If you have other sounds, it will be exactly same. So we don't need this inspector to be locked. I will just unlock it from here. And now next step will be to create function which will allow us to play sound effects in general. So we will say public void, let's call this one play sfx, open brackets, and in brackets we will need placeholder integer, because we're gonna use those indexes as well, as I said. So that's why we need to have some placeholder. And well, let's call this one sound to play, just like this. Let's open and close curly brackets. My fault. Okay, and here we just need to say that we want to play some sound. So in order to do that, we can say sound effect, then array sign, and in this array we can pass our sound to play, and we can say dot play, and brackets, and semicolon, obviously. And that's pretty much it. Now when we call this play sfx function, Unity will know that it needs to play some sound. Next part will be, next problem is that, Unity knows that when we call this function, it needs to play something, but it doesn't know what exactly to play. And well, we will help it to figure everything. But first of all, we need to have access on this function, on this play sfx function, from other scripts. And for that, we will create instance for this audio manager. And we already have worked with the instances. So to create instance, we can say public static audio manager instance, and we will create awake function, and we will say instance equals this, that's pretty much it for this script. We can save this script, and now we will play this play SFX from other scripts. So first element is coin. So this coin sound should play when we pick up our coins. So we should find script where we are doing that. I believe it's in the pickup script. So let's open this pickup script. And yeah, here when we are colliding with the gem, we can play some sound effects. So we can say, basically we will call this function, call our play SFX function from this pickup script. So we can say audio manager dot instance dot play SFX, and in brackets we can pass our index element number. So coin is element 0, so it has index of 0, so we will pass 0. Very simply we can save this script, and let's test if everything is working with the coin, and then we will continue working for the damage and jumping. Let's hit play. Let's see what will happen when we pick up our coins. Okay, we are picking up our coins and we have the sound, which is quite nice. I like that. You can now, it's time to add some damage and jump, and there's a little bit of challenge. What you can do, you can pause this video right here and you can try to add this damage and jump just like I did with the coin. Use these elements numbers, just find where we are dealing damage to our player, find where we are doing jumping, and just add these line. So call this function play SFX, and instead of 0, pass the index number, some specific index number that damage and jumping have. So just for the challenge, you can do it. Obviously I will show you how to do it. And well, let's now add this damage. So as I said, we should find where we are dealing damage to our player. And well, we have this damage player script. Let's open this damage player. And yeah, here we are calling this deal damage function. So we can say audio manager dot instance dot play SFX, and this time I will pass index of 1 because I believe damage is index of 1. Yeah, because coin is 0. And last thing will be jumping. So let's go in the jump. Where is our player script? And here we are jumping, and we can say audio manager dot instance dot play SFX, and here we will pass 2. And that's pretty much it. We can save this script, let it compile. I will make my player to start from the ground, just like this. Or no, it was fine, I think. Was it like that? Yeah. Okay, never mind. Let's hit play and let's test. Yeah, as you see, we have some damage sounds, we have jumping, we have coin pickups, and that's pretty much it. We can also add one sound for the checkpoint, but the process will be completely same. Doesn't matter how much sounds you want to add. You just need to add new sound here in this list, so it will have index number. And then, for example, if you want to add sound for the checkpoint, just find where we are doing that. We are doing it in the checkpoints, and here you will add some play SFX function. You will call play SFX function, and in the brackets you will just pass some index number. And yeah, that's pretty much it. In the next video we will start working on our background music. Alright, let's continue working on our game. And before we do some background music, what I noticed is that when we start game, our jumping is playing. And that's weird because it should not play. So, well, probably it's some bug. So let's try a few things. And well, I could do it alone and then show you, but I also wanted to show you how to address when you find the bugs. Well, we know that first thing that you should check basically is your code, because most of the bugs appear because of the code. But well, when we go in the audio manager, we don't have anything in the start. We don't have any command in the start to play some sounds. We only have these functions which allows us to play, and everything seems fine here. So I believe the problem is in the specific sound. In general, you might not have this problem. It's also possible that only I am experiencing this, because yes, sometimes Unity has bugs, nothing to do. Well, what I will do, I will try to change this jumping sound. So basically, let's first of all delete this jumping sound from here. Let's delete it. And now let's hit play and let's test if we are still hearing sound. Yeah, we are indeed hearing. Now I will delete this jump from here. Let's test. So if we will be able to still hear the jumping sound, yeah, it means that we should delete this jump from the audio files. So let's delete this one. Now let's hit play, let's test. Alright, we are not able to hear sound anymore. So I will drag another one. So it's SFX jump 05. It will be also in the audio file, so you will be able to see this SFX jump from the beginning. I will include this SFX jump. And now let's drag this SFX jump into our inspector, into our hierarchy, and into the SFX. So here we have. Now I'll select this audio manager, and as an element 0 I will drag my jump just like here, and we have this element 0. I believe we have the code also for the jumping. Okay, good. Now let's test. Okay, now one more detail I forgot. This jump has play on awake, so I will uncheck this play on awake. And now let's hit play and test. Okay, everything is fine. This jumping is not really great, I think, but well, it does its job. We can also change, you can also obviously change this jump to any other jump. So problem was in the previous jumping, as you see, and that's how you can easily fix some bugs and minor errors in Unity. But first of all, as I said, you must check the code always, because most of the times there is problem in the code. Okay, now for the background music, it's very simple. Where is our audio files? I will drag this background music here. I will drag it into the music, and this time we will leave play on awake, and basically if we hit play we will hear background music. Yeah, we hear background music. Well, we can control the volume of the background music from here. Also, we can control the sound effects volumes from here. But also I want to teach you one more trick. Right now we only have 3 sound effects, so dragging their volume down, it's not that hard. But what if we have 20, 30, 40 sound effects? We need some way to group them and control their volume all together. And for that, there is Audio Mixer, which we can find in the window, Audio Mixer. And this window will pop up. We can click plus. We can call it master, for example. And this is Audio Mixer, basically. We can see these groups. We can click on it. We can click plus. And in this case, we have 2 groups. One is sound effects, one is music. So let's create SFX. click plus again. Let's create music, click plus, and now we have two groups, SFX and music. Next step will be to connect those two groups into our specific sounds. So for example, for the coin, damage, and jump, we want to have this SFX group connected. And well, if we select coin, for example, we see here we have output, which is set to none. We can click on the circle and we can choose SFX. We can do exactly same for the damage and jumping. You can click on it, SFX. And for the background music, well, I will group them in music. Now, when I hit play, here we will have red dot, and it will say editing play mode or something like that. And we can control the sounds. So I will show you. Let's hit play. So I clicked editing play mode, and now I'm able to drag this music volume, and also if I drag this SFX volume, all of our sound effects will have lower volume. So yeah, if you are looking for the way how you can easily group some sound effects, you can use this audio mixer. Of course, you can create another as much groups as you want. But yeah, that's pretty much it, how you can easily add some sounds and audio system for your games. Alright, in this video, I'm gonna teach you very useful mechanic, which is dashing. And you probably have seen the dashing, which is sudden acceleration in the air or in the ground of your player in some games, some very popular games, because it's quite unique mechanic which can add some more dynamic look and feel to your game. So let's do it. First of all, we will need to do few things into our player. So let's select player. Let's scroll all the way down, and we will click on this add component. And in the search box, let's type trail renderer. And this trail renderer is basically some effect, some trail which will come out of our player when we dash. So let's play around with the trail renderer a bit. So I don't want to have very large trail, so I will just take this line to 0.5. Also, I will right click somewhere here on this line, and I will click add key. And now at the last key here, I will right click again. Let's click edit key, and I will select a value to be 0, hit enter, and we will have this curl. And well, it means that our trail will disappear after some time. Let's make it 0.5. And also I will uncheck emitting, because we want to control emitting of our trail by our script. So just make sure to uncheck this one. For the color, let's select color. I will select top right one here, right here, and I will make alpha value to be 0. It will make our trail to disappear, to be half transparent at the end, which will give us some nice effect. Also, let's click on the color again, and let's change color to whatever color you want. It's really up to you. I will make some sky blue color. Also, one more detail that we should do, we should open these materials and change materials. So click on this circle and find here sprite, type in the search box sprites, and we will take the sprites default. So let's click on it. And yeah, that's pretty much it for the trail renderer. Now we are ready to go and start working on our code. So let's open our player script. First of all, we will need to have few variables. So let's do it. Well, what we need? We will need to have some Boolean. So let's create private bool, and let's call this one can dash. And by default, let's make it true, because when our game starts, we should be able to dash. Also, we will need private bool, another boolean, and let's call this one is dashing to control if we are dashing or not at this specific moment. After that, we will need public float, and let's call this one dashing power to know how strong dash to have. I will make it 15 by default, 15F, and we can always play around with these numbers. Also, we will need time, so public float, and let's call this one dashing time, and I will make it 0.2, for example. This is how long our dashing will last, so we don't want to have long dashing. In general, having smaller dashing is more dynamic, so I recommend you to have some small amount of time for your dashing. Also, we will need to have some cooldown, because I don't want to spam my dash and able to dash all the time. I want to have some kind of cooldown. So public float dashing cooldown, and I will make it 1F by default, or 1.5F. Yeah, let's make it 1.5. Also, we will need reference for our trail renderer, so I will say public trail renderer, and let's call this one TR. All right. Then we will scroll all the way down, and outside of this update, so outside of this closing bracket, we will create enumerator, because we will need help of our coroutine, because we will need to control a lot of things, and you will see now full power of our coroutines. So let's create enumerator, and let's call this one dash. And now this enumerator, this function, will be called when we start dashing. It means that can dash will become false, because we are already dashing. But it also means that is dashing will become true, because, as I said, we are dashing. Now, after that, what we want to do? Well, if we are in the air, we want to dash in the air, right? If we jump and then dash, we want to have some kind of few seconds until our dash is over to dash in the air. And for that, and not to fall down, because our player obviously has some gravity because of rigid body, we will store information about our original gravity into some float. So let's create float. Let's call this one original gravity. And let's make it equal to be rb.gravity scale. So we are storing our original gravity, and now we can say that we want our gravity scale to be 0. So we don't want to be affected by gravity if we are dashing in the air, right? That's why we are doing that. After that, we want to dash on the right side, obviously, because our player runs on the right side. So we will say rb.velocity equals new vector 2. And for the x, well, we want to move on the x horizontal axis. So we will say here dashing power. And for the y, we will say 0f, because we don't care about y. All right. After that, we should also activate our emitting, so to see our trail. So we will say tr.emitting to be true. At this point, after that, we should also consider how long our dashing to be. That's exactly why we created this variable of dashing time. So we will say yield return new wait 4 seconds, and in brackets we will pass our dashing time. Now, at this point, our dashing should be over, so we should do opposite ways now. We should deactivate our emitting, so tr.emitting is false. Also, we should go back to our original gravity, so we will say rb.gravity scale to be equal to original gravity that we stored. Also, is dashing will become false because we are no longer dashing at this moment. And then we can have some cooldown. For that, we will say yield return new, wait 4 seconds, and we will say here dashing cooldown. And at the end, our can dash should become true again. And that's pretty much it, how our enumerator looks. Now, only thing that is left is to go up, and first thing in the update, we will say that if we are dashing, so if is dashing is true, to return. We are doing that to avoid any kind of complications and errors. And also, we should have our dashing to some key on our keyboard to start dashing and to call this coroutine, call this enumerator function. And here I will make some little logic. So if our input dot get key down, and in brackets I will say key code, well, it's up to you on what key you want. I will make it on left shift. So key code dot left shift. What we want to do? Well, we want to call this start coroutine. Coroutine name is dash. We will need one more brackets, semicolon, and that's pretty much it. We can save this script. I hope you understood everything. If not, I recommend you to watch this video again, because if you have not worked much with the coroutines, these lines might seem confusing, but they are not really. And yeah, we can save the script, and let's see. Let's go back. Let's select player, and we will take the trail renderer and we will drag it into this field of TR. Other than that, we already have everything. Let me check. Did we do well for the dashing power? I will make it 15. 0.2 we have some time. We have 1.5 cooldown. Yeah, I think it will be fine. But yeah, let's have a look how our dashing looks and works. So when I click my left shift, as you see, my player is dashing. We can dash on the ground, we can dash in the air. Yeah, I think it looks fine. You can obviously play around with these numbers. You can make dashing power to be much higher or lower, however you want. You can make this dashing power to be bigger. Let's make 0.3. Yeah, no, I think I like 0.2 more. So where is my player? But again, it's really up to you. So I will leave it as it is, those numbers, but you can play around with the numbers. Also, you can change color of your dashing to any other color. Or maybe you want to have some more intense color. It's also okay. So we can save this scene. All right, next thing that we will do, we will work on the lights because I have seen a lot of beginners which struggles with the 2D lights because, well, in 3D space, we can go in the hierarchy, for example, and we can see, oh, we have lights. We can create any light, for example, point light. But into the game, this point light isn't, or any other light is not doing anything really. It's not affected. It has no effect on us in the 2D games. So I will delete this point light. That's probably the reason why a lot of people are confused with them, with the 2D lights. Well, the thing is that in order to use 2D lights, we need to set everything up correctly. And also in order to use them, we need to change our render pipeline. So how our game is rendered, how our game looks and stuff like that. And for that, first of all, we will need to go in window, we'll need to go in package manager, and we need to find this universal RP. So just make sure that you select packages Unity registry, and after it loads, just type here in the search box universal, and you will see this pack of universal RP. Just click on this install. I already have it in my project, that's why it says remove, but in your case it will say install. Just click on it. It will take some time. And after it finishes, we can close this window and we can go in the empty space of the assets panel, and we can right click, create. Let's scroll all the way down and let's find rendering, and we will now click on this URP assets with 2D renderer. Click on it. Let's call this one, I don't know, URP Lite, just like this. And when we click on it, it will create two files, URP Lite and URP Lite renderer. We only need to care about the first one, so URP Lite. So basically, this is our new renderer pipeline. So next thing that we will do, we will go in Edit, Project Settings, and we will find here Graphics. And here we will see that we don't have any extra renderer pipeline just yet. So I will drag this one here, the first one. This window will ask some questions. So let's click on this continue. It will take a few seconds, and here we go. We have now new pipeline. So everything is set up correctly now for us to use 2D lights. Next problem that we have is that everything that we have, so for example, our player, our ground, and other details are made before we change this pipeline. It means that they have wrong material and they are not able to receive lights just yet. So what we will do, for example, we will go in the player and we will scroll. Well, we will find sprite renderer. It has material or sprites default, as you see. We can click on this circle. We can click on this eye icon to show, and it will show all the hidden materials. And we will find here sprite lead. Basically, easiest way will be to search. Type here in the search box lead, and then we will find sprite lead, and we will select sprite lead. Okay, that's for the player. We will do same for the ground. So I will open this grid. I will open the main tile map, and also it has this sprites default material. So I will change it to be again sprite lead. Where is sprite lead? Here it is. What else? Well, we should do same for the gems and every other detail that we want to be affected by our renderer. So let's select gems and let's do same. Find lead, sprite lead. All right. And also, where is our obstacle? So here are our spikes. I will select all the spikes, and I will make this to have the sprites lead material. All right. Now that we have added our materials in it, next thing will be to, for example, we can go in the empty space of the hierarchy. We can select light, and now we have these 2D lights added to our game. So let's, for example, choose this global light 2D. And well, it's not doing much because our game has some background. And what we can do, we can go in you can create empty game object basically. Or let's go in the 2D object. Let's create square. And well, I will make this square to be black. And also I will make this square to be bigger, just like this, so that you will see our lights much better. Let's make ordering layer to be -10, so it will be rendered behind everything. What layer is our backgrounds? Let me quickly check. -6. All right. It means that we should either make this square to be on -6, but we will do it. First of all, let's create our first light on our player. So where is our player? Let's find it. Here it is. Let's right click. Let's create light. For example, spotlight 2D or freeform light. Let's create freeform light 2D square. And it's hard to see now, but it now has some lights. So for example, we can change light. And basically this freeform light is the light that we can play around in, and we can click on this edit shape and shape it however we like. We can also click on these lines to add these dots, which will help us in that. So just like this, we can of course increase intensity or decrease it. Also, we can create another light on the player. So let's go in the, let's create spotlight. And this spotlight also has some details to play around. It has the radius, which is inner, and outer. Inner is within this circle and outer is within the yellow circle. Basically, we can change color here as well. And we can increase intensity or decrease our intensity and stuff like that. But the main point is that if you really want to see the lights, you can just, let's see, wait. Yeah, we can make our square to be on -1. So now we see our lights much better. But we are not able to see our background. So let's select our lights which we have on the player, and I will decrease intensity a bit and radius as well. To radius, let's go in the scene view, and we can basically play around with this. We can also create some lights for our ground. We can also create some lights in general, just like we did with this global light that we have created. We can decrease the intensity a bit. We can change color of it to any color that we like. We can also change color of the square itself. We don't want to have dark colors. We can make it blue or something like that, green, any color that you like. It's really up to you and your taste, what you like. Just play around with these lights. Yeah, we can make it too. What light we have here? Where is our, oh, it's a light that we created here, so I will delete, we don't need it. So now we are able to see our players' lights much better. What we can do, we can basically go ahead and add lights to our gems. For example, we can go in the lights, we can click on the freeform light and circle, for example, and we have the circle light. We can decrease intensity, we can change color if you want. Let's play around with these colors, just like this, or increase intensity a bit. Fallout strength, well, I like to play with the fallout strength because it might add some smoothness to how your light looks on the games, as you see. And I like to have it in some way a middle on the 0.6 in general, but of course these numbers might be totally different for you. And yeah, that's pretty much it. You can play around with the lights. I in general doesn't want to have much lights for this specific game, but if it's something that you want to play around, I strongly recommend you to do so, because you will learn a lot of things, you will have some fun. And yeah, let's change the lights. Let's go in the slides. And yeah, as you see, I just turned off all the lights and everything is same now. But if you want to create some lights, you can do it. And yeah, I hope this was informative for you. All right, one thing that I forgot to tell you, if you want to use this background and if you want to this background to be affected by light as well, well, you might figure out yourself, but if not, you can go in the background, for example, first background. We can select all of these elements, and we should basically change material here as well, as I said, to be lit. So everything that we want to be affected by our lights should have the sprite lit material. And now you see we have some other fill. What we can do, we can also select the background. We can create some lights, spotlight, for example. We can move the spotlight somewhere, for example, right here. We can change color. We can, let's make it red. Might be cool. We can make intensity a little bit high. We can also change outer radius, just like this, and inner radius as well if you want. And you will have some nice kind of effects. You can play around however you like with these kind of lights. Just make sure to change the materials to all of the backgrounds, and you can create as much lights as you want. So we can go in the background, create another light, another spotlight. We can place the spotlight right here or somewhere else, for example right here. We can have it on different color. I don't know. We can make this auto radius to be higher, and intensity intensity it's really up to you. I don't like this color, so let me find a better one. Yeah, anyway, you get the point. You can create as much lights as you want. I just wanted to make sure to tell you about these backgrounds because it might be confusing if you are new in Unity or if you have never worked with the 2D lights. But yeah, have fun with it. All right, since our all of our mechanics are working, now it's time to work about on our winning screen. And well, you will place this winning screen at the end of your last level so that player can go out from the application. We can also give some message, some credits and everything, some information and everything that you will need in the winning screen basically. And for that, let's save everything in this scene. And by the way, one more detail, if you do some changes to the prefabs, you know already what is prefabs. Those they have these blue icons and they are blue. If you did some changes, just make sure to select them, click on this overrides and click on this apply all, because if you do these, changes will be applied to the other levels as well. So as you know, we have say a level 2 as well. So when we do some changes to the prefab, we want them to be affected in the level 2 as well. So just make sure that you have applied changes to the prefabs to avoid all of the complications and errors and not to get confused. Just like this. All right, now let's save our scene. And now let's create another scene, new scene. Create. And let's click on this three dots, save scene in the scenes folder. And I will call this one winning scene, just like this. And well, it's really up to you what you want to do in the winning scene. Well, what I like to do, I like to create some to the object sprites and square. I will make it black. I will make it dark. And I will just make sure to stretch this screen all the way. But if you want to use some image or background, it's also fine. So it will be our winning screen, basically. And it will also handle all of our text elements. So here it's really up to you what you want to change or what you want to do. Oh, we can use this cube. I just remembered. So let's drag canvas outside of this winning screen. And now we have the text. We can create you can, first of all, change font size. Also, we can click on this text, click F to zoom in. Let's see where it is. I will just make it bigger. Just like this. We can say here, congratulations with finishing game. You can also thanks for playing. You can type your website or information or about credits or anything really that you like. It's really up to you. Let's just make sure this white to be white text. Also, I will make alignment to be center and in the middle. I will make font size to be bigger. And well, also you can make this to have some other color. You can also change font. You know all these details. So I will change the text, maybe. Where is the text? Okay, this doesn't look any good, but doesn't matter. Oh, it looks kind of fun. Okay, I will choose the first one. Congratulations with finishing game. Thanks for playing. You can add another text if you want. You can add that text to anywhere in the game. And when you finish, the last thing that you will add is button, which will either take them in the outside of the game, or you might want to make them go in the main menu as well. So let's create UI, legacy, and button. Let's go in the scene view. I will make this button to be bigger. I will place it here. Yeah. And well, let's go in the text. And it will be, I don't know, if you want to include going in the main menu button, but I don't see any reason how to do that, but well, it's up to you. We can call this one main or menu, just like this. Well, you already know how to work with the buttons, so I will just quickly do some changes to the button. Oh, we can do it. I will make it some red color, just like this. I will make button. I will make text to be white. Font size to be 30. Font to be also other one or 40. And here we go. We have our first button. So it will be our menu button. And I will duplicate this menu button. So Control and D. I will take this one down, and well, this one will be quit button. And let's scroll down in the text. Let's make it on the quit. Now, before we go and work on the script to make everything work, you need to remember a few things. Let's save this scene. We should go in the file, build settings, and add obviously this winning script. And this winning screen should be always last thing that our players will see. That's why it should always be on the last. But in this case, since I don't have anything in the level 3, I will just remove this level 3 from my game. And since we have this level 1 and level 2, with the mechanics. After our level 2, I want to go in this winning scene. But as I said, if you have 10 levels, 20 levels, just make sure to place this winning scene always at the end of this organization. And in this case, it's on the 4th, which is fine. Okay, now let's go and create C# script, simple script. And let's call this one winning scene. And we should assign this winning scene into the canvas. And since we have the 2 buttons, it means that we need to have 2 functions. And as a little bit of challenge again, you can pause this video now and try yourself to create those 2 functions. So basically, you have seen this method a few times already. You need to create one function for the menu, one for the quit. Then you need to connect function with a button. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So I will just, of course, I will show you how to do it now. But yeah, you might want to have some challenge as well. So I will just drag this winning scene into the canvas. And well, also, I almost forgot. When we create canvas, we need to have correct resolutions. And we will go in the canvas and we will change the UI scale mode to be scale with screen size 9020 by 1080, just like this. And here we go. Now let's open our winning script. Since we will need to transition between levels, we will add using Unity Engine .scene management, and we will create 2 public functions, public void main menu and also public void quit, well, leave game, just like this. For the main menu, well, we know that our main menu will always be our first scene. So I will just type here 0. So when we touch our main menu button, we will now load in our main menu scene. And for the leave game, well, it's even simpler. We just need to say application.quit. And well, you know that application.quit is not working in the Unity editor, but it will work in the actual game when we build our game. So let's save our script, sorry. Let's go back, let it compile, and then we will connect our functions with our buttons. Let's select main menu button. Let's scroll down, click on this on click, drag canvas here, and let's find winning scene and main menu. And for the quit button, we will click plus, we will click, we will drag canvas, and we will find winning scene, and we will search for the quit or leave game. Let's save everything, save scene. Let's hit play and let's test if buttons are working. Well, we can test the quit button, but we should test menu. Okay, let's start playing and let's test if everything is working. Let's play our game. Okay, I think speed might be a little bit high, and also we need to have much more obstacles. It's really up to you. Okay, we have some errors in the level 2. That's why it's very important to play test your game a lot of times before building it. So let's go in the level 2. Let's see what error we have. Okay, we have errors with the audio source, obviously, because we don't have audio manager added in the level 2. So no worries. We will go in the level 1, and we will take the audio manager and music. So let's copy. Let's go in the level 2 and let's paste. And let's select audio manager. Yeah, everything is assigned correctly. Now we should not have any kind of errors. Let's hit play. Yeah. Do we have level ending here? Yeah, indeed we have, I think. Yeah, we have. Yeah, we are in the winning scene. So it means that everything is working. We can click quit and we will go in the outside of our game, or we can go in the main menu. We can click credits and credit scene will come. So everything seems to be working. All right, next thing will be to create and implement some dialogue system for our project. And dialogue system is very often used in a lot of different types of games, and it will be really very useful. And good thing is that this mechanic will be universal, meaning that you can use this mechanic in any other types of games. Doesn't matter, it will be 2D or 3D, FPS or platformer or RPG or whatever you want. And yeah, in the dialogue system, you can tell stories to your players or greet them or talk with the NPC and stuff like that. So idea will be to basically go in the main menu when our game starts. After that, we will go in the dialogue scene. And after dialogue scene, we can have some button which will be only activated when the dialogue is over, and it will be our start button. And when we click on the start button, we will go in the level 1. That's the idea. Now for that, I prepared a few elements, and it will be attached on this video, this dialog folder, so you can get it. Well, if we open, we just have two images, two sprites. First one is the dialog box, which will handle all of our dialog elements. And second one is just NPC avatar, just some random avatar that I had in the PC. Obviously, you can use any other avatar that you want. And basically, this wizard will act like, I don't know, our NPC, which will tell us something. Doesn't really matter. And just make sure that both of them are set to sprite 2D and UI in the texture type so that we can use them. If they are set to something else, for example, if they are set to default, just make sure to change it to sprite 2D and UI and hit apply to both of them. And now, well, let's create new scene. Create, and let's save this scene in the scenes folder. And let's call this one dialog. And let's save. Okay, now first thing we will do is to create some background, some dark background. So in the hierarchies empty space, right click to the object, sprites, and square. Okay, where is our square, by the way? Why we are not able to see it? Let's make our square bigger, for example, with the rect tool. And let me check. Well, we are not able to see, or at least in my case. Oh, because position of the square is really mad. So what we will do, if you have this issue too, just make sure to position it on 0 and 0 on the X and Y, and then you will be able to see it. Okay, let's make the square to be bigger. Let's click on the square. Let's select square, click F to zoom in. And I will just make sure that it covers all of our elements. I will make ordering layer to be -1, and I will make color to be darker. Let's go in the game view. We can make it black, fully black, or any other color, really doesn't really matter. And let's call it background. Just like this. We could use our actual background. That's also possible. But yeah, I like to make things simple. And now let's work on the visual of our dialog. So we will go in the UI and we will create image. here it is, our image. So first of all, let's select canvas and let's make screen render mode to be on the, no, not render mode, UI scale mode to be on the scale with screen size 9020 by 1080, which is our full HD resolution. And now let's rename this image to be dialog box, and basically this dialog box will keep all of our UI elements. Now let's select dialog box. Let's go in the scene view, and where is our dialog box? Okay, here it is. I will take this dialog box up and I will select rect tool, and I will make this dialog box to have some bigger size. Yeah, I will leave it in the center, I think, just like this. And well, we obviously don't need to have some white image. That's exactly why we have this dialog box. And well, easiest way will be to select dialog box, and it has the source image element, and we will drag our dialog box here. And here we go. Now we have dialog box which has some wrong size. So to fix that, we will click on the set native size, and here we go. Now we have very simple dialog box. Now let's add our avatar. So in the dialog box, we will right click UI image. Let's go in the scene view and let's drag this image right here. I will drag my avatar, NPC avatar, in the source image, and here we go. We have image, and let's rename it to be NPC image. And also in the dialog box, we can create UI, legacy, and text. And let's call this one NPC name, which we can place basically in this box right here. We can also select rect tool, make it a little bit bigger, just like this. And well, we are not able to see it because it's black probably. So let's change color to be white. And well, you can name your NPC however you like. Let's call it Mr. Wizard as a placeholder. I will make font size to be bigger. And we can change font as well. So where we have the fonts, where is our NPC name? Let's drag our font here. Mr. Wizard. I will change color to be red. And maybe other font will be better. Yeah, it's up to you, play around. Oh, that doesn't really matter much now. Let me quickly go through. Okay, Mr. Wizard it is. And well, let's continue. Let's right click on the dialog box, UI, legacy, text. Now this text will be our dialog text, so let's rename it to be dialog text. And I will place my dialog text right here. I will select rect tool and make my border bigger, so that border will cover all of the area. And just make sure this border not to go outside of the dialog box, because text might look weird. Now let's work on the text bit. So let's change color to be red. We can also change font and font size also. Maybe 30 will be too much. 20. Let's go in the game view. Let's write something as a placeholder. Yeah, it's too small, I think. But 30 is too much. 25. Okay, 25 it is. We can make this bold. Yeah, I think bold is better. Let's see. La 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 la. Okay. It looks fine, I think. And here we go. We have very basic elements. Also, what we want to do and what we want to have. As I said, we want to have some button which will be activated when the dialog is over. So in the dialog box, we will go in UI, legacy, and button. And it will be our start button. So let's change name. And let's find where is our button. Let's select move tool, and I will place our button right here. Let's make the button to be bigger a little bit, just like this. And let's see how it looks like. Okay, it looks fine. Let's change color of the button and text of the button to say start. Also, I will change color of the text to be white, and font as well. Font size to be 30 or 35. And yeah, here we go. We have button. I like that. We have some red theme going on. And what else we need? Well, we can also have one text element, because the way how our dialog will work, we will have some sentences. For example, we will have 3 sentences. And after each sentence, our player can click on the specific key on the keyboard to go to the next sentence. But our players will not know what to click. So we will tell them by some text. So in the dialog box, let's create one more text, UI, legacy, text. And we can call this instructions. And where is our text? Let's go in the scene view. And I will place my texts maybe here. Let's select drag tool to make this bigger. Just like this. And I will say click on spacebar, for example. We can have it on the spacebar. And let's change color to be white. Well, not click, press spacebar. Okay, let's go in the scene view. What I will do, I will make these to be in the center and in the middle, just like this. Font size to be 30. Let's press the spacebar. It will be okay. Nice. We can also change font. Press the spacebar. We can leave it as a white, I think. I don't want to have a lot of red colors because white is also here. You see also little bit of instructions in the design. Just try to not to use lots and lots of colors in this kind of simple scenes. As you see, our main colors is red and also white. That's why we are doing some white. We are leaving our instructions as a white because our text in the button is also white. So they are complementing each other very nicely. Also, this NPC has this white beard going on. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We can save this scene and our UI and visual is ready. Okay, next thing that we will do is we will start working on our code. And for that, we will create empty game object. Now let's create this one, dialog manager. And it will handle our script. So let's go in the scripts folder and let's create C# script. And let's call this one dialog manager as well. And we will attach this dialog manager into our dialog manager game object, and then we will start working on it. Now, this script will be, well, not really easiest thing, but I will explain you everything, and you will understand. So no worries about it. Let our script reload, and then we will go. Let's attach our script into the dialog manager, and let's double click to open in Visual Studio. Now, since we're going to work with the UI elements and probably with the scene transitioning as well, we will add up top using Unity Engine .ui and semicolon, and also using Unity Engine .scene management. All right. Now, first of all, let's create some variables for us to use. We will need variable for the dialog text. So we'll say public text, dialog text. Also, we will need to have some array of strings, array of sentences now basically, because as I said, we can have a lot of sentences which we can use. So we can say public string. We are doing type of string because we are dealing with the text elements. Then array, and let's call this one sentences, just like this, semicolon. What else we need? Well, we should also control indexes of the sentences, because if we have, for example, 3 sentences, they will all have indexes, and in order to change indexes, we will need to have some container. So public int, let's call this one index, and by default it will start from 0, of course, so it will be equal 0. And one more variable that we will need is to have some speed, because I want to make some animations going on, animation effects going on, so that every our character will come slowly, one by one. It won't be just one sentence showing on and then second sentence fully showing on. We can do much better, and we can have some effect going on. So for that, we will need to have some speed. So public float dialog speed. Very nice. Now, first of all, what we will do, we will use coroutine, and for that we will create enumerator. So let's go here and let's say enumerator, and let's call this one write sentence, just like this, and open and close curly brackets. Now, we will need to have some container which will store information about our sentences. For that, we will create string. Let's call this one sentence, and it will be equal to sentences array, and we can use our index here, because as I said, we should also control our indexes. And when our scene starts, I want to have some blank text here, and only after we press the space bar, we will see our first sentence going on. And to have some blank text, we can say dialog text dot text equals quotation marks and semicolon. It means that we will have empty space, empty text. After that, we can use some loop. For example, since we are working with the array, it will be logical to use for each loop. Now, if you are completely new to programming or beginner and you don't know much about loops, there are different loops, of course, and one of them is for each loop. First of all, let me show you basics, how it's written. So we just need to say for each, and in brackets, we will say type of what we are doing. Then we will say name of the variable, so variable name. After that, we are saying in, and after that, we are saying array name. So this is how our for each loop will look like, and basically they are used with the elements when we are working with the elements of array for the checking. For in this case, it will check for our sentences, so it will check for this array of sentences. So let's delete this one, and instead let's type, well, type will be in our case char, because as I said, I want to show I characters one by one slowly. So next thing, variable name, let's call this one character, very simply. Then we are saying in, and then we are saying array name. In this case, array name is sentence, which has information about our array of sentences, right? But we should also transform elements to characters. So we will say dot to char array. And well, we will need to have one more open and closing brackets. And let's open and close curly brackets now. And let's start working on it. Well, what we need, when we want to text to increase, with one character. So to do that, all we need to say is dialog text dot text plus equals to our character, right? All right. After that, we will have some speed. So we will say yield return new, wait 4 seconds, and in the brackets we can have dialog speed. All right. And after our one sentence is fully over, it means that, for example, first sentence will have some index of 1 or index of 0. After that, we want to go in the next sentence, and it also means that we should increase index. So outside of this for each loop, you see, outside of these for each loops, we will say index plus plus, so that Unity will know that it's time to go in the next sentence. Okay. Now, we also will need to have another function. So let's create here a void. Let's call this one next sentence. Open and close curly brackets, yeah. And here we will have some if statement to check where we are doing. First, let me write it down, and then I will explain you. Index is less or equal to sentences. Dot length -1. Something should happen. Well, what should happen? We should start our coroutine. Start coroutine, write sentence, which is name of our enumerator. We will need brackets and semicolon. Now, what is this? Well, we are doing this because to avoid all the complications and errors, because let's save this scene and then I will show you. So let it compile. Let's go back. Let's select dialog manager. And here, as you see, we have the sentences. Right now, it's 0. So let's make sentences to be free. So let's type free here, hit enter. And now if we scroll this down, we have elements 0, 1, and 2. These elements will contain our sentences. So for example, let's type something. Hello, hero. This will be our first sentence. Element 1 will be, are you ready to save the world? And last one will be, let's go, or something like that. It's just placeholders. You can obviously have as much sentences as you want, and text also you can obviously change. But the point is that when we go in the element 2, you see we don't have element 3. So to avoid errors when we go in the element 2, we are just checking if the index is less or equal to length. And we are doing decreasing it by 1 because in Unity everything starts with the element 0 and not the 1. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And then we are calling our coroutine, obviously, which will loop as much as it needs. So after that, well, also we should do this mechanic when we press some specific key. That's why we are telling these instructions, and we are doing it on the spacebar. So in the update, we can say if our input, right, dot get key down, and in brackets we can say key code dot spacebar, or key code dot space in this case. Let's open and close curly brackets. And well, what we need to do, we need to call next sentence right here. And that's pretty much it, I think. We did everything. So let's save our script and let's go back. Let it reload, and then we will check if everything is indeed working. So first of all, let's select dialog manager. We should add dialog text here, so I will drag my dialog text here. We already have sentences. We don't care about index. And dialog speed, let's make dialog speed to be 0.5, I don't know. And let's start playing. You also don't need this placeholder text, but it should disappear automatically. Oh, it's not disappearing. Well, very weird. So let me just go in the text and just delete this placeholder. And now let's click play once again. Okay, we are here in our game. Let's press spacebar. And here we go. We are seeing our text elements, which are very, very slow right now. So probably it needs to be increased. Let's make on 2. And now let's click spacebar. You see, our first sentence is over. Now we should click spacebar. Okay, making dialog speed 2 is even worse, so probably it should be on 0.1. Yeah, 0.1 is good speed. So next sentence is here as well. We can also click space, and here we go. Let's go. And obviously, we should also work on the button. So dialog speed, I will change it to be 0.1 for now. And texts, well, I don't like this text to be in the up top. So what I will do, I will select my text and I will make it on the in the middle. I think, or yeah, I think it's fine. Let's delete text and let's try one more time just to check how it looks and if everything is fitting good. Hello, hero. Are you ready to save the world? And let's go. All right. We have some text going on and everything is indeed working. So we can save this scene. All right. Now let's work on our button because, well, as I said, we should only activate these buttons once our dialog is over. So by default, this dialog start button will be deactivated. So I will just uncheck this in the inspector to hide it. And then let's go in the scripts folder and let's start working on it. First of all, we will need reference for our button. So we will say public button, and let's call this one start button, very simply. And in the start, when our game starts, we want to deactivate our button. So we will say start button dot game object dot set active, and in brackets we will say false, right? So when our game starts, our button will be deactivated. After that, let's scroll all the way down, and outside of this enumerator of right sentence, we will create another enumerator, and it will be, let's call this one start dialog, and open and close curly brackets. And here we can say yield or return new, wait 4 seconds. For example, when our dialog is over after 2 seconds, 2 seconds will pass, and then we will call our next sentence. So let's call next sentence right here. And well, in the next sentence, obviously we need to activate our button. That's why we are doing, or that's why we are calling next sentence here. So we have this if statement, and we will add else statement, else. So it means that if the dialog is over, when the dialog will be over, our start button dot game object dot set active, and in brackets we will say true. And well, one more thing we need, we will need to have the level itself, function for the button itself, right? Otherwise, it will not work basically. And we can say public void start level, just like this. And we can say scene manager to load scene. Well, as I said, we should go from this dialog scene into the level 1. So first of all, let's go in the file, build settings, and let's add our dialog. So I will click add open scenes, and I will place dialog after my main menu or after my credits. Let's place after my credits, I think. So we will have, well, we will work on it later when we finish our dialog manager. But well, it's important that dialog will always be in front of the level 1, and right now level 1 has index of 3, so let's use index of 3 here for now, just to check if everything is indeed working. And I think that's pretty much it. Let's double check if everything is indeed here. We are just deactivating our button, and then we are activating it again. All right, let's save our scene, our script, sorry, not the scene, and let's test if everything is working. Let it reload, and yeah, let's go. And where is our dialog manager? We need to add start button here, so I will drag start button here. And yeah, let's activate our start button again, because it should be deactivated by default with our script. So I will activate my start button. Let's save our scene, and let's check everything. So our game starts, our dialog scene. We are pressing spacebar. Hello hero. We might take these texts at the upside a little bit, but it's up to you. So let's go. I will press spacebar, and here we go. My start button is activated, but it will not do anything because I forgot to connect my function with the start button. There, my bad. So let's select start button. Let's click plus. Let's drag our dialog manager here, and let's find our start level. I believe it's called start level. Yeah, it's called start level. And now let's save our scene once again, and let's test. Now everything should work. So let's go. Hello hero, are you ready to say a word? Let's go. Button, let's click on it, and our game, our level 1 should start. Yeah, very nice. Everything is indeed working. Okay, last step will be to fix one bug that we have with the dialog, and well, I will show you. When I press play, if I press spacebar between sentences and before one sentence is over, my characters are completely messed up. For example, as you see, they are messed up. You see, there is something weird going on. That happens because we don't have any kind of mechanics to check if we are in the writing or not at this specific situation, and if we go or not in the next sentence. So that's words are basically messed up. And to fix that, well, it's easy to fix. Now we will go in the dialog manager. We will add one boolean. So public bool is writing, and it will be false. Well, it doesn't need to be public actually, so let's make it private. No need to have so much public variables. So private bool is writing is false by default, because when our game starts we won't be writing, obviously. Next, let's scroll down where we have this next sentence, and we will add one more statement in this if statement. Basically, we can basically say after this if statement here that, well, if not in the update here, we'll say if is writing, and I will put exclamation mark in front. It means that if we are not writing, so is writing is false, only then we should call this coroutine if we are not writing at that moment. So I will just place my coroutine inside my if statement. You see, we have if statement inside of if statement. Also, what we want to do, well, let's scroll down, and here when we are writing, first thing that we will do, we will make is writing to be true, right? And after our for each loop, and before we increase our index, is writing should become false again, because at that point we already wrote one sentence. Is writing is false. And what else to change? Let's see. We will add some condition here in the update. So in front of this, let's have some space, and let's say here exclamation mark is writing and end the sign. So this is, by the way, end the sign. And what we did here, well, we added condition. In order this next sentence to be called, both of these conditions should be true. So we should be clicking on the space bar, but also we should not be writing at that moment. If we are writing, no matter how much we press spacebar, this next sentence will not be called. And that's pretty much it. We can now save this scene script, and everything will work fine. Let's check. Let it compile, and let's go. And let's hit play. And let's see. Yeah, it doesn't matter how much I spam my spacebar. It doesn't mess with my words, and everything is indeed working. All right, at this point, our project is over. And now let's go through from the beginning, not to have, and let's check if everything is fine. Because as I said a lot of times, testing is very important. And well, when you finish the project, first thing that you will need to do is to go from the scene 1, which is our main menu. So make sure to save everything in the dialog scene. And let's go in the scenes. Let's go in the main menu. And let's press play and just test everything. I will test credits, I will test buttons, and so on. So first of all, let's test credits. And yeah, credits are seen. And let's see if it takes us back to main menu correctly. Yeah, we are main menu. Let's press quit. And we get message that we are leaving game. Let's now press start. And well, when we press start, we go in the level 1 instead of our dialog. So we should fix that. To fix that, let's see in the canvas. Let's select canvas. Here we have the scene name to go when we start, when we press the start button, which is set to level 1. We should change it to be our dialog. So instead of level 1, we will say dialog. Just like this, let's save our scene. Now let's test one more time our start button. And let's see if everything is fine with it. Let's start. Yeah, when we press start, our dialog is here. So yeah, we can start. And now we should go in the level 1. Everything is working. Checkpoints are working. Health is working. Okay, let's go. Let's go in the level 2. Where is our level ending, by the way? Oh, we can dash. Yeah, here we are. Let's dash, dash, dash. And yeah, congratulations with finishing game. Thanks for playing. We have menu and quit. We can press menu and we can press quit. And we are leaving the game. Very nice. It means that everything is working, and only thing that is left is to build our game and enjoy it. Congratulations with successfully finishing this course. We already have 2 levels that you can play around with. Also, you have enough knowledge to create as much levels as you want. We have gone through a lot of details, a lot of mechanics, and I hope it was informative for you. And last step will be to actually build our game in order to play it, right? In the PC or laptop or some other devices. And Well, we should go in File. First of all, we will go in Build Settings and make sure that everything that we will need to be included in the final project is here. So we have menu, credits, dialogue, level 1, 2, and winning scene, as you see. Next, we can go in the player settings. Here you can type a name of the company if you have, also product name, so name of your game, version. If you have icon, you can place it here or here. Also, we have resolution. Mine is set to full screen window now. You can have it on the windowed, maximized windowed, and so on, but I will leave it as a full screen window. Also, there is some other details such as splash image, the image that will be seen when your game starts. If you have one, you can place it here. And also we have other settings, but everything is pretty much set to very standard way, so I will not change anything here. And when you finish playing around with these settings, you can close this one and you can click build. It will ask where to save your game. I recommend you to create a folder for your builds, just like I have here, builds folder. Then select it and just click on the select folder, and building process will start, and it will take some moments. It depends how big or how small is your game or how heavy is your game. And after that, we can go in the builds, and well, we will have these files in the build settings. And this is our actual application, which will run our game, of course. But in order to showcase your game to maybe friends or upload your game somewhere, maybe in some website, you need to include all of those elements. So just make sure to include all of the elements and zip everything, because only with the application your game will not work, of course. And then we can basically now click on our application and enjoy our game. And well, thanks for enrolling in my course. As I said, I hope it was informative for you, and now we can enjoy our game.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe now and press the bell icon. Never miss any update.